Mm, mm.
All right. Greetings, everyone. Good morning. It is a beautiful, bright Tuesday morning, and we're here today to kickstart the JCSA High Schools Debate Competition 2025. This is the third staging of this competition, and over the years, the competition has been growing, it has been getting better, and it has been getting better. In this very first match of round one of the JCSA debate competition, we have two teams with us vying to see if they will be moving on to the next round and ultimately winning the championship title. Those two schools joining us today are the Ardennes High School and the Charlemont High School. I am Ravon Thomas Matthews, and I will be your chief adjudicator for today. And I want us to get some introductions out of the way. So, we'll invite the team members from the team in proposition, Arden High School, to introduce themselves.
Good morning, Mr. Matthews and Mr. Speaker and the opposing team. We're here ready for action. My name is Dr. Aridoman. I will be serving as your first speaker and the Prime Minister for this debate.
Good morning, honorable adjudicators, uh, opposition, uh, Jamaican, Jamaica, those viewing at home and abroad. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Tariq Preddy. I am the Deputy Prime Minister for this mission.
Good morning, esteemed adjudicators, side opposition, viewers. I am Regina Ellis and I am side government's third speaker.
Thank you very much, Arden. And of course, not to be outdone, we invite Team Charlemont High School to introduce themselves.
Good morning. My name is Shakon White. I will be the opposition leader for this debate.
Good morning. My name is Neva Williamson, and I will be the second speaker for this debate.
Good morning. My name is Kaylee McLean, and I'll be the third opposition speaker for this debate.
Thank you very much. Now, in their absence, the owners and really the spearhead of this project, we want to thank the Jamaica Civil Service Association for once again partnering with Jade to host this competition. Again, it has grown from strength to strength, and we're very happy to see two new entrants to the competition as our first matches, both Arden and Charlemont High School. First time debating in this competition, and the crowd expects some wonderful stuff. Let's see how far they'll go. Now, joining me on the panel is two wonderful young ladies, and they will be your wing adjudicators. And we invite them to introduce themselves, starting with Miss Sonique Martin.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Sonique Martin. Today, I'll be joining you as a wing adjudicator, and I look forward to a very engaging match from both teams. I know they're very strong in debate, so let's see how strong they perform today.
Indeed. Looking forward to it as well. And of course, my other wing adjudicator, Calicia Vassel.
Good morning, everybody. I'll be serving as a wing adjudicator for today, as Ron just mentioned. Looking forward to a really great first match, and I have no doubts that your match will set the tone for the rest of the competition. All the best.
Thank you very much. Teams, you know the speaking times, you know the rules, but for the benefit of the viewing audience, I will go over them nonetheless. So, First speakers, you will have 7 minutes to present your case. Second speakers, you will have 6 minutes. And the fifth and final speakers from each team will have 5 minutes to present their case. The first and last minute of each speech is what we call protected time, in which no points of information will be allowed. So that's the first minute of your speech, and the last minutes of your speech we will not allow any points of information. Outside of those 2 periods, we absolutely allow points of information, and we encourage them as well. Now, between the first and second speakers, we will hear a really engaging period of cross examination. And I'll tell you a little bit about that when we get there. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get this debate on the road. The teams, once more, Arden High School in proposition, Charlemont High School in opposition, and they will be debating the motion. This House believes that the Jamaican public sector has a greater duty to equity than to efficiency. We now call upon the Honorable First Speaker, Mr. Daktari Doman.
I will begin my speech in Mr. Matthews.
Yes.
Just one challenge here. Just need to plug in the device to a charge and then I'll begin.
All right, no problem. And so while we wait on them to do that, because it would not be ideal for that device to close off in the middle of an impassioned speech, I want to just remind the team that your time signals will be placed in the chat, and so you should monitor your chat so that you can appreciate when it is that you have entered protected time, when you're leaving protected time, when your allotted amount of time is up, be it 7 minutes, 6 minutes, or 5 minutes, and of course, when you're finished completely. For the benefit of the viewing audience as well, after the speeches have been finished within the allocated time, we are kind and so we permit the teams to have about 15 seconds to wrap up that thought. But after that 15 seconds, that's it. The match will, their speaking time will end. So, once more, the motion before us reads, this House believes that the Jamaican public sector has a greater duty to equity than to efficiency. As we continue to wait on that very first speaker, I must say that this serves as kind of a anticipation builder. I found myself really, really excited waking up this morning knowing that I have a series of rich debates coming my way. After this match with Arden and Charlemont, we'll be seeing Cumberland High School facing off against reigning champions Campion College. We will also then be seeing Cleveland College going up against Elsom High School. So you have a lot to look forward to on this live stream today. But let's get back to the match at hand. I see Arden High School ready to go. So Mr. Dr. Arido, man, the floor is yours whenever you're ready.
All right, I'll begin my speech. Are you hearing me, sir?
Loud and clear.
All right, I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Esteemed adjudicators, my fellow colleagues, and members of the other side of the political divide, good morning. Mr. Speaker, today we stand at a critical juncture in our nation's future. You see, we gather at the People's House not only to debate a motion that seeks to establish that the Jamaican public sector has a greater duty to equity than efficiency, but also in the spirit of this discourse to answer a deeper question. What truly defines progress for our people? Is it the speed at which our systems operate or the fairness with which our citizens are treated? For Mr. Speaker, if efficiency builds the road, then equity determines who walks upon it. We are here to examine the very heartbeat of public service, and that is whether our government should measure success by how fast it moves or by how fairly it treats its people. Mr. Speaker, before we advance this discussion, it is crucial that we define the terms of engagement, for clarity is the mother of fair debate. When we speak of the public sector, we refer not to private companies or international entities, but to the core machinery of the Jamaican government, its ministries, agencies, and statutory bodies that are financed by the public purse and are accountable to the people through the Constitution. When we speak of equity, we speak of fairness and justice in distribution, treatment, and opportunity. It is not sameness, Mr. Speaker, it is sense. Equality gives everyone the same pair of shoes, but equity ensures they fit. This principle is enshrined in our Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms under Chapter 3 of the Constitution, particularly Section 13, subsection 3, paragraphs G and H, which form the moral foundation of governance and the duty of the public sector. And yes, we acknowledge efficiency. It is the ability to deliver services swiftly and economically. But efficiency, Mr. Speaker, is a tool, not a truth. It is the servant, not the master. Because in our world, when speed and fairness collide, it is fairness that must prevail. For governance without justice is not progress. It is machinery without morality, and that is the world of the opposition. Thus, the duty to equity means that the public sector must prioritize access, justice, and human dignity, even when that requires time or cost. The duty to efficiency in the world of the opposition, in contrast, pursues speed and cost effectiveness, often at the expense of fairness. We say today that efficiency must serve equity. Equity is the duty, efficiency is the tool, because a fast system that leaves citizens behind is not success, it is systemic failure. Mr. Speaker, having now established what we mean by public sector, equity, and efficiency, let us turn our eyes to the Jamaica that we live in today. The Jamaica that shows us why this motion is not only logical, but necessary. Because if we are to talk about duty, we must first ask duty in response to what condition? Duty toward which reality? Mr. Speaker, the status quo tells a sobering story. In our current system, the scales tilt toward efficiency, the pressure to do more with less, to cut costs, to streamline. Yet beneath the gloss of reform, inequity pulses through our public institutions. In healthcare, for example, hospital managers were blamed for lengthy wait times, with prospective patients having to spend days sitting in wheelchairs while awaiting available bed spaces. According to the Gleaner article titled "Triage Process Will Result in Wait Times of Some Patients," January 22, 2025. Mr. Speaker, in education, schools where over 65% of students are recipients of PATH grants have a teacher population that is less qualified than that of higher socioeconomic status schools. Only 51% of the teachers reach the same level of qualification, according to a study done by the IADB, School Financing in Jamaica, December 2021. Injustice, delays are no obstruction. Lengthy completion times for court cases. A majority of cases across several parishes were traversed without resolution, according to the Gleaner. This title, "Prosecutors Bemoan Delays in Justice System," January 28, 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is a slackness that the opposition invites us to accept. They want to prioritize numbers over lives, speed over dignity, and efficiency over equity. Let us understand that this is a Jamaica we inhabit. A Jamaica where systems may run efficiently on paper but fail equitably in practice. It is this imbalance that makes today's motion not an aspiration, as the opposition would hope for it to be, but an imperative. Mr. Speaker, our first argument is grounded in law and justice. The Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms 2011, Chapter 3, Section 13, subsection 3, paragraph G, guarantees the right to equitable and humane treatment by any public authority. And Section 13, subsection 3, paragraph H, protects the right to freedom from discrimination on the grounds of social class, place of origin, or other status. When efficiency overrides equity, the state fails its legal and moral duty to provide equitable, humane public service. The Public Service Regulations 1961 amended reinforced that the purpose of administration is to serve the people, not systems. Mr. Speaker, let's take the case of the Cornwall Regional Hospital crisis. When the government focused on keeping the hospital partially operational, instead of ensuring safe, equitable treatment, patients were exposed to toxic air and overcrowded conditions. Efficiency dictated that the hospital stay open to avoid service delays, but equity demanded relocation, safety, and dignity for those patients. The result? Lives and health were jeopardized for the sake of keeping the system running. This, Mr. Speaker, is the difference between a government that runs and one that serves. Because if the public service had acted on its duty to equity first, resources would have been reallocated to temporary facilities. Patients would not have to choose between treatment and safety. So, Mr. Speaker, the question before this House is not whether efficiency matters. It does. The question is, who should efficiency serve? We on the government bench say it must serve equity because equity uplifts the nation, efficiency, it uplifts the nation, and efficiency merely accelerates it. So, Mr. Speaker, my Deputy Prime Minister will speak on the other legal and social implications, whilst the opposition member will speak on the economic implications. I thank you.
And thank you very much. That was the first speaker from Arden High School, Dr. Doman. Now to open the case for Team Charlemont High School, we invite their first speaker, Shaquan White.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Madam Speaker, honorable judges, worthy members of the proposition, and fellow Jamaicans, good day. Be it resolved that the Jamaican public sector has a greater duty to equity than efficiency. As the leader of the opposition, I rise firmly to reject this motion. We in opposition believe that while fairness is admirable, efficiency must take precedence, for without efficiency, equity collapses into empty promises. We thank the government for their attempt for them to define the key terms in this debate. However, their interpretation, Madam Speaker, reveals a misunderstanding of what efficiency truly means. They treat efficiency as a cold, heartless pursuit of numbers, as if being efficient means abandoning people. That is false. Efficiency, according to the Oxford English Dictionary, Madam Speaker, is the ability to accomplish a job with the least waste of time and effort. In the public sector, efficiency means delivering maximum benefit to citizens with the limited resources available. It is not about ignoring the people. It is about serving more people better. Equity, by contrast, refers to the fairness or justice in how benefits are distributed, according to the Cambridge Dictionary. But fairness without function is fantasy. The Jamaican public sector, as described by the Ministry of Finance Public Sector Transformation Program, includes all government ministries, departments, and agencies, from schools and hospitals to NIS, PICA, and the National Works Agency. Its success depends on how well these institutions use public funds to meet citizens' needs. Therefore, when we debate duty, we speak of the primary obligation these bodies owe to Jamaicans to make our money count. Our team line is simple and clear. The public sector's foremost duty, Madam Speaker, is to efficiency, because it is efficiency that allows equity to exist, to expand, and to endure. As leader of the opposition, I will present the argument that public sector's first duty must be to efficiency. Because when equity is placed above efficiency, it produces fiscal waste, poor service conditions, and declining quality of life, ultimately defeating the very equity it seeks to achieve. Our second speaker, Madam Speaker, will show how efficiency-focused approach in the public sector can bring about greater growth, transformation, and quality of life for all. First, let us start by putting this debate in its proper context. What side government fails to understand is that equity and efficiency aren't opposite policies or concepts. They are more competing ideas, idealism versus pragmatism. Equity is a moral end, Madam Speaker. Who gets what and why? No. Efficiency is an operational means. How do we turn scarce inputs into outcomes with the least waste? To this, we say to the government, treat equity as your GPS and efficiency as your engine. GPS without an engine gives you noble intentions and stalled delivery. It's the engine that moves you forward. Let's examine the three biggest areas of the public sector. They include health, education, and housing that represent essential needs of our citizens to illustrate how equity, Madam Speaker, first fails. When the public sector places equity above efficiency, the first casualty is quality of care. Nowhere is this clearer than in Jamaica's public health system. Since healthcare became free at the point of access in 2008, the government has worked tirelessly to expand facilities and access. Yet, despite these expansions, the lines are still long, the waits are still hours, and the complaints, Madam Speaker, remain the same. The Ministry of Health and Wellness itself has had the issue of public advisories in 2023, warning citizens of longer than normal wait times of accident and emergency departments because hospitals were over capacity. Doctors and nurses are overwhelmed. Equipment is often outdated and maintenance is poor. In this so-called equity-first model, resources are stretched so thin that nobody, Madam Speaker, receives adequate service. The poor who rely entirely on public care suffer the most. Ask any rural or low-income Jamaican whether they receive adequate treatment at their local health center today. By trying to serve everyone without first ensuring efficiency, the system ends up serving no one well. The same pattern exists in education. The ideal of universal access to schooling is noble, but when efficiency is sacrificed, classrooms, Madam Speaker, become overcrowded, teachers overworked, and learning outcomes decline. Reports such as the Jamaica Education Transformation Commission Partisan Report 2021 describe the system as suffering from administrative incoherence and redundancy. The World Bank's Public Expenditure Review 2022 similarly found that Jamaica spends heavily on education but gets weak learning results due to inefficient resource use. This means money is going out, but results are not coming in. The story repeats in housing and infrastructure, Madam Speaker. The National Housing Trust, NHT, was created to help ordinary Jamaicans own homes, yet critics, including recent commentaries in the Jamaica Gleaner and Jamaica Observer, have highlighted that the trust has become financially bloated while failing to build enough affordable houses. An equity-first approach leads to half-finished developments, long waiting lists, and poor quality construction. The intention is fairness, Madam Speaker. The outcome is frustration. Thousands of low-income earners wait years for their houses that are delayed or poorly built, while the cost of repairs and maintenance drains future budgets. The poorest citizens end up living in crumbling conditions that equity alone cannot fix. Now I conclude, across all sectors, the lesson is the same. When every citizen is promised a share of the pie that keeps shrinking, equality, Madam Speaker, becomes an illusion. Efficiency ensures that the pie, Madam Speaker, grows. The hospitals are staffed and classrooms are functional, and housing projects are completed. Without it, equity defeats itself. So, efficiency must come first, for it is the very heartbeat of a fair and functioning Jamaica. I thank you.
And thank you very much. I will Shakoan White, first speaker from Charlemont High School. Now, earlier, we told you a little bit that there's an exciting treat that we have for you, the viewing audience, and that is the period of cross-examination. And we're here, we're at that point in time. And so, let me tell you how the cross-examination is going to work. Team opposition is going to pose a question to team proposition, that is Charlemont to Arden High School. Arden High School is going to respond to that question. Then Charlemont is going to pose another question. Arden will respond. Charlemont will pose their final question for a total of 3 questions to Arden, and Arden will respond again for the 3rd time. Then we'll flip the arrangement by 180 degrees and ask Arden High School, the proposition, to field questions to Charlemont High School, 3 in total, with 3 responses from Charlemont. Now, again, teams, it's important to remember that each question can last no more than 10 seconds, and each answer can last no more than 45 seconds. Only one person on the team may ask a question at any given point in time. However, the team that is answering the question, the entire team can chip in to answer that question as long as that falls within the 45-second window permitted. All right, now with the rules out of the way, we are going to engage in this exciting period of cross-examination, and we do so by inviting the opposition team, Charlemont High School, to pose questions to Team Arden.
All right. How does equity in healthcare help if the system can't deliver the service efficiently?
Yeah, essentially transition.
All right, your answer, Arden?
You ask a very important question in terms of how equity in healthcare can help if the system is not effective. And you have to think about the various cases in healthcare. You see, in any circumstance where you have a situation where there are multiple victims coming in, gunshot victims, persons with strokes, persons with flus, the hospital operates as a triage. And when it operates like a triage, that is equity. Everyone may not necessarily get served at the same time. However, the life of everyone is secure. Now, you speak about you're saying that the system is not efficient. The system is not efficient, so how can it be equitable? Right. We have to remember time.
And
Oh, you spoke of long wait times. So I ask you, wouldn't digital pre-registration help low-income patients get faster care?
Pardon me? Could you repeat the question?
You spoke of long wait times. So I ask you, wouldn't digital pre-registration systems help low-income patients get faster care?
Okay, thank you for that question. And I must, in addition to what my Prime Minister had previously tried to outline, we are not absconding entirely the idea of efficiency. We're saying that efficiency as a whole is important, but the cornerstone of efficiency must come from equity. So in reference to, or in answering your question as it relates to digital pre-registration, I assume that that would regard some technology being incorporated into the healthcare system. I assume that's an example or one instance of how you guys would plan to integrate. But how equitable is that when you talk about communities and groups that are not necessarily are at risk of not being included? For instance, senior citizens who aren't so versed technologically. Where comes the intervention to treat those individuals who can be left out? It's not equitable.
Final question. You spoke of overcrowding. Should resources fund more clinics or systems that prevent overcrowding?
Should resources for?
Should resources fund more clinics or systems that prevent overcrowding?
Resources for.
They
They should. Yeah, yes, and in turn, I thank you for that question. I must lean back to something that was outlined earlier as relates to the Constitution and regard to that pillar of the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms. It outlined that every citizen has a right to equitable and fair treatment, irregardless of whatever the circumstances may be, by any authority or any political authority. So with that, if we're going to speak about allocating funds into more clinics, it should not be that the government or the opposition wants to argue that it's not to be that case because of the resources that will be taken or will be required to complete this revamp or reform. But moreover, we must accept that resources will have to be allocated, resources will have to be used, but over time, you will see where this benefits us, or we will benefit the government because less resources have to be pulled out in the future to fund these same clinics.
And thank you very much. That ends the first half of our cross-examination period. Now at this point in time, we invite Team Arden to step up to the bat and to return the favor and pose some really challenging questions to Team Charlemont. And the field is yours. Ready when you are ready, Arden, to pose your first question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matthews. And my first question to the opposition, I'm asking, if the public sector's main goal is efficiency, then how do you justify situations where services are delivered faster but leave poor or rural Jamaicans behind?
Situations where services are delivered faster but they leave poor or rural Jamaican citizens behind is not a matter of lack of efficiency, but it's more so an equity problem, because if persons are being left behind, it means that persons are being excluded. But that does not really relate to efficiency, because I mean, the way we define efficiency is that it allows resources to be pooled to all areas so that all persons can benefit. Yeah.
Just a follow-up question, if you'd allow. You said that in your counter definition then, for efficiency, you would say that it allows resources to be pooled everywhere and to all persons and to be inclusive. Wouldn't that therefore then justify what equity is? In essence, allowing the persons who more so need it to have it, as opposed, because we're not understanding.
No, I know. What I'm saying is that our definition of efficiency is what allows equity to be created. Because when you spoke about these rural areas and these rural persons not getting the resources, that's an equity problem, because, you know, it might be transportation issues. Some persons, they're just out of reach, they can't access the resources. But when we have efficiency now through digitalized systems, these persons, they can come and get access to the resources. For example, in healthcare, well, yeah, in healthcare, which my second speaker will speak about, where we have digitalized systems for registration, it allows more persons to get access to that resource. So what I'm saying is that efficiency would create equity, not the other way around.
All right, thank you for that. And my next question states that you say that efficiency is key to progress. But if efficiency alone worked, then and you say that efficiency should be the major thing and equity is just the tool, then in that case, then why do we still see these inequities in healthcare, education, and justice still persisting after years of efficiency reform?
That's more, it still goes back to the same matter of inefficiency. I'm not sure what the problems in healthcare and education you're speaking of. Probably you spoke of the 65% of persons only being on path, or the 55% of teachers being equipped to teach students. I think that's the inefficiency you're speaking about. But that's more inefficiency because, I mean, the resources are there, but they're not being utilized. So that creates that problem.
All right, and thank you very much to both teams for that engaging and quite honestly fun period of cross-examination. The question still lies on the table, viewing audience. Equity or efficiency? Feel free to comment in the chat which team you think is leading and your own opinions on the matter. However, on this side, we press on with the debate by inviting the second speaker from Team Arden High School, Tariq Preddy, to extend the case for this side of the house.
Okay, I'll begin on my next word. Honorable adjudicators, fellow government members, members of the seemingly misled opposition, and the Jamaicans listening at home and abroad. A pleasant morning to you all. Mr. Speaker, we are gathered here as a house today to not only address a quite topical issue that is of a sensitive nature, but to bridge the gap between the fairness with which our citizens should be treated and the current state in which the public sector operates. Now, Mr. Speaker, the ability of Jamaican nationals to all benefit from the services offered by our public sector through the pillars of inclusivity and fair treatment is quite simply one of the most important institutions that exist to define who we are as a nation. Now, Mr. Speaker, the government therefore holds the firm belief that the Jamaican public sector has a greater duty to equity than efficiency. Before I opt to extend our case, Mr. Speaker, let the record show that the government is tabling a contest to the blatant shortcomings of the substantives posed by side opposition. I want to call them arguments, but I'm not compelled to do so. Mr. Speaker, they have spoken about fairness, and I'm quoting, "Fairness without function is a mere fantasy." That would have been stated by the Prime Minister. No, the leader of the opposition, my apologies. Now, we are not rejecting efficiency as a concept. However, as framed in our definition, efficiency refers to the ability of the public sector to deliver services and execute policies using the least possible time and resources, but without compromising fairness, access, and human dignity. Now, Mr. Speaker, equity and efficiency aren't enemies. We're not saying that. We're saying they're partners. They work hand in hand. But, Mr. Speaker, equity must come first. It must come first because without it, efficiency becomes a mere metric that benefits the few and burdens the many. You get short-term results, but you get long-term problems. And when equity leads, efficiency becomes meaningful, Mr. Speaker. That's how we see it, and we will provide, as I will support and justify some claims that would have been made by my Prime Minister, and I will signpost as to what we'll be getting to in our coming argumentation. Now, we believe that efficiency will become just, inclusive, and meaningful if it is that we place the proper value that needs to be placed on equity. Now, to open, thus far, we have laid the foundation for a case on the basis of law and justice. Now, as outlined in the conventions that guide our nation, that being the Constitution and the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, 2011, Jamaican citizens have a right to equitable and humane treatment by any public authority. Now, in an attempt to salvage points, Mr. Speaker, the opposition has adopted a preconceived notion and narrative that the public sector can be efficient while maintaining equitability. But let us face the reality. This has been the case for the past several years, and it has yielded little success, suggested by the 3% of our entire productivity, or roughly $60 billion inequity costs the country
every single year, outlined in the 2022 CAPRI study. Now, what we're saying by not placing enough emphasis on equity, we basically run the risk of leaving out people, and as suggested by the study, you would have also been losing money. What the government is suggesting that if they are efficient, they can try to maintain and redirect for future use. Now, Mr. Speaker, additionally, it creates a social disparity for groups that are vulnerable and have a higher risk of being excluded, such as disabled communities, senior citizens, and children. Now, they have spoken briefly on in their course questioning technology being used in hospitals, for instance. This is an instance that I'd like to highlight because I want to show just how it is that groups can be excluded, Mr. Speaker, and this is not equitable. Because if that is the approach that the opposition is suggesting that we take, they have to also see to the employment of other measures to suit and cover the needs and ensure that everyone is included, no one is left out, no one left behind, Mr. Speaker. Now, what I like to say about it is that poses a risk of leaving out these communities, because someone who is disabled might not have the perspicacity, for instance, or the ability even to access the technology without assistance from someone. And there is no guarantee that they might even have someone to assist them, such as with senior citizens in the same instance, children, the same thing. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the government was efficient in the rapid implementation, Mr. Speaker, of a device program for students. However, it lacked equity, as over 30,000 students did not benefit because of poorly regulated access. Now, Mr. Speaker, that being said, I pose to extend the government's case by tabling this. By being equitable, it opens the door for future efficiency. Mr. Speaker, within the confines of public interest, efficiency should not just be about speed. Mr. Speaker, it should be about building systems that work well over time for everyone. That kind of sustainable effectiveness only happens when equity is prioritized. And when the Jamaican public sector invests in equity, we are not just doing the socially right thing, but it is a morally right thing. Mr. Speaker, by placing a greater duty on equity, we are fostering change that is dynamic and transformational. In absconding the traditional practices upheld, we are laying the groundwork for a more active population. That in turn, Mr. Speaker, reduces the long-term strain on government resources. The same resources that they are arguing that will have to be used to ensure equity. And Mr. Speaker, in using those resources, we can ultimately see to our nation being more equitable. What I suggest now, they prioritize numbers and speed through efficiency. But the accessibility and inclusion is fostered by equity, Mr. Speaker. And because of that, we firmly hold the belief that the Jamaican public sector should place a greater duty on equity than efficiency. Side government momentarily rests.
And thank you very much. Second speaker from Team Arden High School, Tariq Preddy. To extend the case for Team Charlemont, we invite their second speaker, Nivea Williamson.
Madam Speaker, where the opposition offers sympathy, the opposition offers solutions. Efficiency is not heartless democracy, it is the intelligent use of compassion. An efficient public sector targets needs precisely, uses data wisely, and ensures that every dollar produces measurable impact. We will show how efficiency transforms health, education, and housing into systems that truly serve people, not politics. My first point is the efficiency provides the very resources that equity depends on. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's budget is limited. The fiscal policy paper 2024 to 2025 estimates that even a 1% increase in efficiency could save the government over $6 billion annually. Funds that could finance path benefits, rural electrification, or teacher training. When the public sector spends wastefully and duplicates function, it reduces what's left for those equity programs the government pushes. Efficiency, therefore, is not the rival of fairness. It is its lifeline. An efficient healthcare system does not try to do everything for everyone at once. It channels its resources where they will save the most lives. Efficiency means building capacity strategically, not opening 10 small underfunded clinics, but properly equipping and staffing 5 hospitals that work. It means consolidating weak facilities, optimizing budgets, and directing funds towards hospitals and trauma centers that handle the majority of cases. Efficiency also means technology. Jamaica could implement a national digital pre-registration system, allowing patients to register symptoms online or via local health apps, and automatically route non-serious cases to community clinic instead of overcrowded emergency rooms. This will reduce waiting times and improve patient flow. Therefore, efficiency invites innovation and universal national health insurance
Point of information. Accepted.
Decline. Therefore, efficiency invites innovation, a universal national health insurance program, co-funded by government and private insurers, could subsidize visits to certified private doctors. That relieves pressure on the public system while expanding access, a true equity through efficiency model. In short, efficient healthcare saves money, reduces burnout, shortens lines, and makes care timely and targeted.
Point of information.
Decline. When health systems run efficiently, no patient waits in vain and no taxpayers' dollars is wasted. In education, efficiency means using resources to maximize learning outcomes, not just headcounts. Efficiency here doesn't mean exclusion, it means focus. Every teacher properly supported, every dollar tied to student success. Equity opens the school gate. Efficiency ensures every child leaves with an education. In housing, efficiency means moving from dependency to empowerment. Jamaican National Housing Trust currently holds vast funds, yet tens of thousands of contributors still wait years for an unfinished home or an unprocessed loan. This isn't because we lack money. Decline. This isn't because we lack money, it's because we waste time and resources through poor planning, red tape, and one-size-fits-all projects. An efficient housing policy would reimagine home ownership through build-it-yourself schemes, where qualified NHT coordinate contributors or low to middle income families can access approved designs, technical support, and stage financing to construct their own homes using local contractors and community labor. Instead of waiting for government to complete large delayed projects, citizens would build directly under supervised standards, cutting costs, shortening times, and boosting employment in their own communities.
Point of information.
Decline. Efficiency also means strategic land release and digital processing, allowing applicants to access plans, permits, and materials online instead of navigating endless bureaucracy. It prioritizes building capacity over handouts, focusing on sustainable, structurally founded homes rather than symbolic gestures. Through efficiency, the government doesn't just promise shelter, it empowers its citizens to create it. Madam Speaker, equity gives the people a key, efficiency gives them the tools to build the house that he opens. So, Madam Speaker, let us not measure government by how loudly it promises equality, but how effectively it delivers it. Because in the end, a Jamaica that works is a Jamaica that is truly fair. Thank you.
And thank you very much. That was Nevia Williamson, the second speaker from Team Charlemont High School. We're going to run it back. We're entering into the second period of cross-examination. And we once again invite the team in opposition, Charlemont High School. They will pose 3 questions to the team in proposition, Arden High School. And we'll start when you ask your first question, Team Charlemont High.
When you speak about leaving out persons from rural areas, are you aware that long hospital queues hurt the poor the most?
Long hospital queues do what?
Hurt the poor the most.
They what? The most?
Hospital queues
The poorest the
most.
most.
Hurt the poor. Okay, hurt the poor the most. Okay, thank you for that question. I must reflect and deflect to a point that we raised earlier. The policy by Capri, the study done by Capri, the Caribbean Policy Research and Policy and Research Institute. They would have outlined in their study that the Jamaican government thus far to this stage, up to 2022 when the study was conducted, would have placed more emphasis on efficiency than equity. And that inequity would have led to costs that would have surmounted to about a loss of $60 billion or 3% of our productivity for the year. Now, I raise that point to say this. You speak about overcrowded hospital waiting rooms and so forth, but wouldn't then that be the cause of more focus being placed, or mass focus being placed on efficiency rather than equity? And in that would have then been the reason why we need to incorporate equity.
Yeah. The floor is yours again, Charlemont.
Can fairness exist in a hospital system that constantly breaks down, leading resources to only be allocated to a limited amount of persons?
Resources, not
Can you repeat that, please?
limited amount of persons.
Can fairness exist in a hospital system that constantly breaks down, leaving resources, more so medical resources, to only be allocated to a limited amount of persons?
And thank you for that question. And I find it strange that the opposition keeps leaning towards only the hospital scenario. We don't only have hospitals operating in our public sector. We have hundreds of entities operating in the public sector. And we in regards to the specific scenario that you tend to keep leaning on, I think it's probably a strength of yours, or you see it as a strength. We would like to address the fact that allocating resources to these hospitals and the system's not failing, or the system is continuing to fail, would have been a cause of not focusing on equity and focusing moreover on efficiency. Because thus far, if the government has been, according to the Capri study, focusing on efficiency, and this is what efficiency looks like, then we need to be more equitable to account for everyone. Not hearing.
Your microphone's muted.
No, it works.
When you speak of inefficiency when you speak of equity in the education sector, would you call a failing school equitable just because it's open to all?
Call a failing school equitable because it's open to all. But the school is equitable, but it's not the students alone that count.
Here, answer.
Okay.
Team Arden.
Yes, so as it relates to a failing school, and if we would call it equitable, we would call it equitable not because it is open to all, but equitable because the opportunities provided there are inclusive. So whether that be in terms of teachers, we have teachers who are able to address and deal with the needs of special needs students, or teachers who are able to actually properly teach these students to grasp concepts. And that is what equity would look like for us. So equity would look like teachers, students, and a working administration that sees to a general positive outcome, and in turn that school would not be deemed a failing school.
Additionally, it's also efficiency why the school is failing in the first place, because you want to give everyone the same share of the pie instead of putting it where it matters most.
All right. Thank you very much, Team Charlemont High School. We invite you, Team Arden, to pose questions to Charlemont.
Okay, so my first question to you is, if efficiency truly mattered most, would the government be justified in cutting social programs? The opposition, sorry. Would the opposition be justified in cutting social programs like PATH or Heart NSTA just to save money?
No, Madam Member of the Opposition, you're misguided. We never said, proposition, pardon me. You're misguided. We never said we would cut social programs like PATH or any of those other programs that are aimed at benefiting Jamaican citizens. Instead, we said that we would revolutionize or use digital systems as a means of efficiency to ensure that these programs are available to all.
So you digital position.
Okay, thank you.
Before you answer this question, Team Arden, when Charlemont is answering the question, we're still hearing your discussion through the mic.
Apologies.
No worries. All right. Your next question, Arden.
Yes, and my second question. They say that efficiency is through equity. Does that mean that the opposition believes and agrees in the importance of equity in the grand scheme of things? If yes, we thank them for their agreement.
We're not agreeing with your point when we speak of equity, but listen to us clearly and the argument that we put forward. We speak that equity is the walls and the foundation on that efficiency, pardon me, is the walls and the foundation that is built, that equity is built upon. You cannot have true equity without efficiency, because if you're going to say, oh yeah, we have the hospitals, the education system and all of those areas where you have teachers, students, and the resources available to all, because giving the students an equal opportunity, equal resources, if those resources are not being utilized properly, then it is not efficient, and therefore there is no equity. So what we're saying is that we believe in equity, but equity with the presence of efficiency.
Okay, so our last question is, Jamaica's Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom guarantees fairness and equality before the law. Wouldn't that make equity a constitutional duty, not just a moral preference?
But what does this, and I ask you, equity, yeah, every Jamaican citizen has the right to equity, yes, but how are they going to access equity if there's not efficiency? As in, if we're going to be saying, all right, we have a school and we give this school equal resources, all the children are learning at the same rate, but it's not efficient because you're giving all the students the same equal opportunities, but not all students need that opportunity because children learn at different rates and different times. Is it therefore true equity in an inefficient system?
As a proposition, you need to understand that the goal is equity. So we are not undermining equity. The goal is equity. However, efficiency is the driving factor that makes sure that equity goes to all those persons. So please do not come to a misunderstanding with that.
All right, and the debate has heated up to boiling temperature. The teams are going back and forth of it. They're strong in their positions. The judges are thinking. At this point in time, we're going to pause the debate for 1 minute, and in that 1 minute, we're going to allow the teams to put the finishing touches on their reply speeches, after which we'll invite Charlemont High School to present their reply speech. And that 1 minute starts now. And my very accurate and very able timekeeper has indicated to me that it is indeed time to hear from the opposition reply speaker. That is the third speaker from Team Charlie Mudd High School, Kada Lee McLean. Ready when you're ready, Kada Lee.
Just one more question, sir. How many minutes is allocated for the reply speech?
5 minutes, and there'll be no points of information allowed in the reply speech.
Ready?
Madam Speaker, honorable judges, worthy members of the proposition, and fellow Jamaicans, good afternoon. Let me first begin by addressing the proposition's definition of efficiency. According to their first speaker, efficiency is defined by how fast a system moves or how fast something occurs. That's the recurring theme throughout their speech. But as the opposition, we define efficiency as the ability to accomplish a job with the least waste of time and effort. The first proposition speaker asked what should define progress, speed, or fairness. But rather, I say progress should not be defined by either speed or fairness, but rather the ability to accomplish that task. When we look at things, for example, we have quality of life. It is not measured by speed or fairness, but it is rather measured by efficiency within a system. Because if we look at things like quality of life and standard of living for the Jamaican people, for example, and we look at it in the public sector, so we look at education and healthcare, progress in those sectors would not just mean making the resource available to all. You say we have 50 students, so we have a school that can cater to those 50 students, and you just give the resources to the person, you just put it down. But it actually means implementing the resource that you have allocated to that person, in the sense that you give them the school, but you also ensure that the resources within that school are equipped to meet the needs of those students. Because what the proposition has been saying about equity is allocate, give equal opportunity. But giving equal opportunity is one, and senior giving equal opportunity is one. But if you are not actually promoting efficiency and ensuring that these resources that you would have put into these various areas in the public sector are being utilized and in an efficient way, which we define as the with the waste of the least resources, is it true equity then? Because yeah. And then the opposition also spoke about the proposition. The second proposition speaker spoke about efficiency only allows the majority to benefit, not the minority. But that is actually not the situation. When we have efficiency, and this is what us as the opposition has been saying, when we have efficiency, it does not exclude anybody, but rather it is an inclusive approach. When we have efficiency, for example, if we look at the schools and we have efficiency in the schools, we don't just have students coming to one school and all the resources is packed up there. We just have schools for everybody. But more so, we have those schools working with the resources that they have. So nobody gets excluded, or there's not a true exclusion of persons. And then they also spoke about leaving out vulnerable groups. But I mean, how can these vulnerable groups benefit if there is no efficiency of the public sector? Because I mean, yes, we want to cater for all persons, and all persons, when we promote efficiency, will be catered for. But if we promote efficiency as the proposition says, which is just equity, everybody has equal opportunities, and we don't promote efficiency, in that efficiency would promote that structural approach, how then would the vulnerable groups benefit? Because they too would suffer. They spoke about the long wait times and all of those. If they do not promote efficiency through the model that we spoke about, for example, in healthcare, where we have the digital wait time systems to reduce the wait times in the hospitals, because not everybody that's at the hospital, as you know, needs to actually go to the hospital. Maybe they need to go to the clinic. But if we don't actually implement those resources, how will it actually benefit anybody? And then they said efficiency should be about building systems that work best for everyone. And we thank them for giving support because that is exactly what we're seeing. It says, if they see that the public sector, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Kaylee McLean, your reply speaker for Team Parliament High School. And now to conclude this debate, we invite the third speaker from Team Arden, Regina Ellis.
Esteemed adjudicators, members of the opposition, and my fellow Jamaicans, good afternoon. I will begin by saying equality gives everyone the same pair of shoes. Equity ensures that they fit. We never said that we are allocating without being efficient. The opposition has told us that without efficiency, equity is just promises. But what they fail to understand is that without equity, efficiency is just machinery. It may run, but it runs over people. They've argued that it's efficiency that allows equity to function, but that's like saying the bus matches more than the passengers it carries. Efficiency is the engine, yes, but the people are the destination. The public sector doesn't exist to move fast, it exists to move fairly. Let's examine their claim that when equity is over-prioritized, classrooms get overcrowded and teachers become overworked. But let's ask, why are classrooms overcrowded in the first place? It's not because of too much equity, it's because of too little investment in equitable education infrastructure. The government's pursuit of efficiency, cutting costs, freezing teacher recruitment, and merging schools has caused the problem they're blaming on fairness. So they're trying to fix a wound with the very knife that caused it. Then they say that efficient healthcare saves money. But what good is saving money if the people who need care the most can't access it? When rural hospitals lack doctors or resources, that's not efficiency. That's exclusion dressed up as reform. True efficiency is not about spending less, it's about spending wisely so that everyone benefits. And the only way that happens is when equity guides the system. The opposition has conveniently avoided the legal framework of this debate, which means, quite frankly, that they have forfeited the foundation of their case. The Jamaican Constitution, through the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, makes equity a legal duty. Section 3, subsection 3, G and H, guarantee that equality before the law and protection from discrimination. These are not ideals, they're constitutional mandates. So when the opposition tells you efficiency must come first, they're arguing for a direct violation of Jamaica's supreme law. The public service regulations demands fairness and impartiality. Vision 2030, or National Development Plan, declares that inclusive and equitable growth is the foundation of prosperity. So the law, the policy, and the plan all say the same thing. Equity comes first. And here's the irony. They keep saying efficiency allows equity to run. But as we've shown, it is equity that fuels efficiency. When citizens are educated, healthy, and treated fairly, they become more productive workers, more innovative entrepreneurs, and more responsible taxpayers. That's the very definition of economic efficiency. You cannot build a strong economy by excluding half the population from opportunity. So what have they really told us? That speed matters more than justice, that saving money matters more than serving people, that legality can be ignored for the sake of convenience. That is not governance. That is neglect wrapped in bureaucracy. Our side has consistently shown that efficiency is the tool, but equity is the duty. Efficiency without equity creates systems that look good on paper, but fail in practice. Hospitals that run on time, but turn away the poor. Schools that boast results, but abandon the vulnerable. So at the end of this debate, we stand firmly on three truths. Legally, the Constitution and Vision 2030 make equity the public sector's higher duty. Economically, equity drives sustainable growth and productivity. Morally, a government that values fairness over speed values people over process. And that's what leadership should mean. The opposition has spoken of promises, but it is equity that turns promises into progress. Efficiency may make the machine run, but only equity ensures that it runs for everyone. The main clash is that equity slows down progress and wastes resources. That is a short-sighted view. Equity isn't a delay, it's a safeguard. When the public sector invests in equity like rural clinics or inclusive education, it prevents future costs. Crime, poor health, unemployment, that's not waste, that's wisdom. True efficiency is long-term effectiveness, and equity is how you get there. You can't build a house faster by skipping the foundation. Equity is that foundation. Equity is equity, efficiency is the tool, and that is why the government wins this debate. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Regina Ellis. The judges have a arduous task ahead of them. We're going to be excusing ourselves to a breakout room where we will be discussing the motion, and we will return to you in short order with the results of this match.
Competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy unmatched, the excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy unmatched, the excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the
All right, the judges are back, and we have the results of this match one of the JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025. The motion before us read, this House believes that the Jamaican public sector have a greater duty to equity than to efficiency. So, how did the debate shape out? Well, we heard a setup by the first speaker, Dr. about what progress is. He says that progress is speed or fairness. And he says that efficiency is the tool that builds the road, but equity is to serve the individuals who end up walking on it. And then he got into kind of the appreciation of what it is that we fully want. He tells us pretty much that status quo exists because we have been pushing for an equity, rather an efficient status quo. In other words, the reason why our hospitals are failing, the reason why our education system is failing, the reason why we're having the bad outcomes that causes us to be here right now is because we have been prioritizing efficiency, and that is wrong. We should be prioritizing equity instead. Shaquan had a different appreciation of the matter. Well, one Shaquan explains to us that, well, efficiency isn't necessarily speed or progress, right? But, it is instead the ability to get work done. We heard that from Kadeli McLean, and we heard it come out a little bit from Shaquan. And they restructured the debate to really explain what efficiency is for them. It is not an abandonment of the people. It's simply doing what we have with limited resources to ensure that we meet the maximum amount of people. And they then go on, she then goes on to tell us that the problem with the status quo isn't that we've been prioritizing efficiency and therefore it's bad, it's because we have not been as efficient as we need to have been. She explains to us that if we simply had been 1% more efficient, then that would have freed up about $6 billion worth of funding that could have actually gone to improve these systems. She gives us examples of the National Housing Scheme and our bloated administrative administration, and how the NHD is a equity first government institution, and how that causes them to not function as well as they should have. And we heard a little bit more of them from her, talking about education, about universal access to classrooms being overcrowded, and that we need efficiency to get better service. Then we heard as well from Tariq Preddy. Tariq Preddy explains in no uncertain terms that it will cause social disparity amongst the minority if we take it up that way. And he was championing the little man. He was championing the elderly. He was championing the individuals who simply will not have access to the sort of resources that they need in a system that just isn't equitable. And he presented a really interesting idea. He says that, well, it is the socially and morally right thing to do, and that we should be doing this because it will, in essence, influence change, create a more active population, thereby reducing strain on government resources. We thought that was an interesting idea. We wanted to see how it mechanizes out a little bit more. We wanted to understand how is it that the government doing what you consider to be the most socially and morally right thing. To prove that point, you needed to do two things. You needed to show us why is it the government's burden to do the more social and morally right thing. Like, why is that a function that government should even care about over efficiency? And then go a little bit further and prove, now that we understand why government should do this, how does government doing this influence change? How does this create a more active population? How does a more active population reduce strain on government resources? So these are all interesting ideas that we wanted you to walk us through step by step so that we could get there. Right? But nonetheless, we thought that was a really interesting idea that came out from Tariq Preddy, an idea that unfortunately we don't think was sufficiently contested with on-side opposition. Right? Now, we move on then to the second speaker, Nivea. Nivea tells us, again, she's the one who brought that idea of a 1% increase in efficiency leading to $6 billion. She defended her idea of the tech app using for triage hospital individuals, such that an a measure of efficiency, and that measure of efficiency, she contends, the tech app would make it so that if you're not really sick, you don't end up going to the hospital system, and you instead get funneled to a clinic, and that efficiency, even if not equitable in its origin, achieves some sort of equitability or equity rather, simply by having the individuals who aren't as sick being funneled into the clinics. Now, again, the question still stands about what about those individuals who can't use that technology, but we still think that the general principle of efficiency, being that it serves everyone and makes the system better for everyone, is something that was compelling. And finally, we had two wonderful reply speeches from the two, from Regina Ellis and finally from Keda Lee McLean. Rather, Keda Lee McLean, then Regina Ellis. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, when the judges weighed the debate, the arguments that came through from the debate, taking into consideration everything that I've said, and of course things that I have not said for the interest of time, the judges would have concluded that the team that wins this match and secures a guaranteed spot in round 2 of the JCSA High Schools Debate Competition 2025 is the team in opposition, Charlemont High School. Congratulations, Charlemont High School. Well played, team Arden High.
Thank you, sir, and also proposition. Thank you for a compelling match. We hope to see you again in future debates and your future endeavors. So thank you very much.
Here. Good job, guys.
Thank you very much, Charlemont High School. A guaranteed spot advancing into round 2 of the competition. Unfortunately, Arden High School, you are not the winners of this match. However, there are wildcard slots open depending upon performance. And which brings me to the next interesting piece of information. The points ending. Arden High School, 263 points. The Charlemont High School's 270. The best debater from this match comes to us from the opposition, and that is the reply speaker, Keda Lee McLean. Keda Lee, we thought that your analysis of the debate and dissecting it in the favor of your team was absolutely brilliant. Credit as well to the reply speaker from Team Proposition. Also an excellent reply speech. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes match 1 of round 1 of the JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025. Join us in a few where we'll be having match 2, where the two teams will face off to see who will be joining Team Charlemont in round 2. Those two teams facing off, Cumberland High School and Campion College, and they'll be debating the motion. This house would implement compulsory voting in Jamaica. See you then.
All right, thank you for having us.
Congratulations. See you next round.
Voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition. Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The roof and the talent, absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy, unmatched. The excitement, through the roof. And the talent, absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy, unmatched. The excitement, through the roof. And the talent, absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery, the energy unmatched, the excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery, the energy unmatched, the excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery, the energy unmatched, the excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready?
Are you ready indeed? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, the viewing audience of Jamaica. You are now tuned in to match number 2 of the JCSA High Schools Debate Competition for 2025. This match, scheduled to take place at 11 o'clock on the dot, will see Cumberland High School face off against College rather. On the motion, this House would implement compulsory voting in Jamaica. Now, unfortunately, and I say this most unfortunately, Campion College, your opponents have withdrawn from the competition. They will not be participating in this match, which means that you, team Campion College, gets an automatic advancement into round 2 of the debate competition. Campion College, of course, being our reigning champions. They took the entire competition last year, 2024, crowned champions of the competition, now see themselves advance into round 2 with an automatic advancement. That much closer to having a repeat of last year's success. However, standing in their way today will be the judges, because even though Campion does not have an opponent, even though Campion will automatically advance, they're still playing to ensure that they score the maximum amount of points to ensure that they get higher on the leaderboard. And that matters a great deal. And so, we, the judges, will be your quote unquote opponents for today. This is how it is going to work. The speeches will proceed as you have prepared them. You will present your entire speech. There are still periods of protected time in which you will not be asked any points of information. But outside of protected time, us, the judges, will be asking you points of information, right? And we encourage you to accept them. You can accept up to 3 points of information from the judges, right? And it doesn't all have to be one from each judge, but we're going to be coming up with some really difficult questions for you to answer, and you must accept at least 3 points of information from us, the judges. And of course, you'll have your last minute of protected time in which you can conclude your speech. Then we're going to move immediately into the cross-examination question, where the judges will be asking you once more 3 questions based on your speech. Then you will be moving on to your second speaker. The second speaker as well has their protected time. The judges are going to ask that second speaker up to 3 points of information. And then we enter into another period of cross-examination where you're going to be answering questions posed by the judges. The final speaker, the reply speaker, you will present your case, the reply, based on the questions that have been asked by the judges and the answers that have been provided by your team, and any other rebuttals to the questions asked by the judges that you want to add. And that will conclude this debate. And of course, reply speaker, you are protected from any points of information. All right. Now, with that clear, we are going to engage into this debate. So, Campion College, are you ready?
Yes. Yes, you are.
All right. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you the panel that will be grilling you today. I am Ravon Thomas Matthews, and I will be your chief adjudicator or your chair judge for this match. Joining me as well to make your life, I wouldn't say I live in hell, but to make you really fight for those points are going to be Calicia T. Vassell, who will ask to unmute and introduce herself.
Good afternoon, teams, or rather team. Good afternoon, champion. I'm looking forward to a good match because I know it certainly will be when you're facing off against the judges. And all the best.
Thank you very much, Calicia. And of course, our other wing judge, Najani Stewart.
Good morning, Champion College. Thanks for that, Ravon. Looking forward to a good presentation. Looking forward to a deep engagement with the motion as it has been given. And yeah, hopefully we will be able to still be friends after this presentation.
Thank you very much. All right. So, teams, you are already aware of the rules. I've given them to you before, but just to let you know, your speaking times, they remain the same. Right? So the first speaker, you'll get 7 minutes. The second speaker, you get 6 minutes. The third speaker, you will get 5 minutes. And of course, the first and last minute of each speech is what we call protected time, in which us, the judges, will not be asking you any points of information. The motion before us reads, this House would implement compulsory voting in Jamaica. This House would implement compulsory voting in Jamaica. With that said, we invite the first speaker to take the stage, introduce herself, and present her case.
Good morning, members. Today, the opposition will be arguing against.
Oh, we're not hearing you very clearly, speaker. Could you come up a little bit more and speak a little bit louder?
Can you?
Come again? Go again?
Okay. Is that?
That sounds a little better, no?
Right, are we hearing me clearly?
Loud and clear.
All right, thank you. So, good morning, adjudicators, my fellow members. Today, we, the opposition, will be arguing against the motion. This House believes that this House would implement compulsory voting in Jamaica. Firstly, as the proposition has failed to outline or define any key terms, we will do so in their voting simply means to give or register a vote, your belief in a system or an idea. Secondly, to be compulsory, this means that it must be required by law or a rule. It is obligatory. So, we're going to outline our status quo. In our world, acceptable and beneficial to the nation as we don't have any policy that is dictating mandatory voting, but the people still show up and vote. This can be supported by Jamaica's statistical tables from 2002, which have showed increase in the number of voters. Despite the increase in voting, this number is still low. However, by introducing such an idea, they are disrupting their own model, which we'll explain further. Moreover, in the event that the proposition did try to argue that there's still some discrepancies in the voting, being that individuals are voicing their opinion as to why things are going wrong, why they don't feel inclined to vote. We come here to argue that this is ignorant and wrongfully trying to mechanize the prominent conversations about the inadequacy of the government officials in modern day society. Because during every government election, there is a voice that feels to go against the idea that this person should be elected. But in current day, this is not about whether or not things are getting worse. It's about the means in modern day society to express your beliefs and your opinions more openly. For instance, through social media platforms such as TikTok and Instagram, where individuals can freely come out, post a video stating, I don't believe that this individual should be our future prime minister because they are inadequate. And this can spread like wildfire, but it is not necessarily that we have just realized that things are terrible in regards to the people who are to be elected. This is more so that the means is simply more available now, as you have a platform where freedom of speech is very accessible.
Point of information.
Accepted.
I don't think that social media is a viable alternative to voting in a democratic process, because while you can, yes, say what you want to say on social media, it doesn't change the fact that that person who you don't want to get into power might get into power because you haven't done the actual thing of voting against them.
Well, our point is not trying to say that social media is the alternative. We're just emphasizing the fact that the reason why the proposition might believe that the issues are more prominent now is simply because social media is there as a means to express yourself a bit more and reveal these issues. Incompetent in defining the status quo. Now, this will critically examine the reasons why Jamaica's current voting system is functioning effectively for citizens and government, proving that the proposition's lackluster claims are arbitrary and untrue. Firstly, compulsory voting would simply increase the use of bribery and gimmickry in the election system. This is simply because by forcing individuals to vote, it does not change their feelings towards who they're going to elect, especially if they don't have a choice to say neither of the above. They will feel disengaged and disenfranchised from both parties and are susceptible to bribery by commonalities such as buying out a bar, giving out drinks, promises, and etc. And while the proposition might believe that by compulsory voting, this would lead to a more positive outreach, being that the politicians might go to parish council meetings, knock on doors, be active. This is already being done, and it's the reason why the current system is successful. All parties, or at least the macro parties, have similar promises and similar policies and ways of addressing local issues. It doesn't matter how many parish council meetings or knocking door party they have, ultimately to be active in their campaigning, which has already existed. In the proposition's world, the parties can ultimately do nothing, still get votes, which is at the expense of people who end up electing individuals who have proven themselves to be incompetent. And in our world, where you'd have a choice to say no, there is no choice. So ultimately, you're stuck with choosing someone who does not suit the position. Moving along, implementing compulsory voting exacerbates the primacy effect. Primacy effect is specifically just selecting the first name on the ballot. And there's many warrants to back this claim. Firstly, the incentives of the average non-voting population. You have people in stronghold areas that already believe that one party is bound to win. And Jamaica is very structured a lot like this. In certain areas of certain parishes, you know that this is an area for PNP, this is an area for JLP, and as such, time and time again, statistics will show that this is always the party that is elected. And for someone who feels disengaged, they wouldn't find any point in trying to combat that system, especially if they believe that they're not adequate enough, but the social norm or the overall idea is that they're going to be elected anyway. Additionally, Additionally, there's a cost-benefit analysis where 99% of elections are not won by exactly one vote. So this causes an individual to feel as if my idea that I'm going to do the opposite because I don't believe that this is this individual is the right person does not change anything, because ultimately they are one individual and they cannot change the nation.
Point of information.
Accepted at this time.
I don't think that it's fair to say that I'm one individual and so I can affect the nation, when it is that one individual is one out of 70% of the population that simply has not voted. How do we solve the problem of a failing democratic election?
A failing democratic election can be solved, as I've said, by the active impact of the politicians who are trying to gain traction and gain votes. In the opposition's case, where forcing individuals to vote, this will allow politicians to believe that they don't have to do anything to gain votes in the first place, because they won't have to be as active within the societal sphere in order to get someone to vote for them, especially if they're aware that a certain area is known to vote for them. They won't have to do as much as they do now to try and convince people, because in the end, they're forced to vote. And by the nature of individuals, they will naturally go along with status quo or what has already existed. Ultimately, what this means for the politicians, as already mentioned, is that they would not be active unless their love of the work is a reason for them to still want to pursue active action. But this is not quantifiable or applicable to every politician. Thank you.
And thank you very much to the first speaker from Campion College, ardently defending her position against the tyranny of the judges. At this point in time, we're going to be engaging into a period of question and answer, where the judges will be fielding questions to Team Campion. And the first question comes from myself. Don't you think that if we make voting compulsory, people who were previously disengaged from the democratic system will be incentivized to actually listen to the debate, because the option of simply not voting is no longer there? They'll be greater incentivized to actually listen to the policies, listen to the information, and make an informed decision.
We already touched on this, where we said that by forcing someone to do something, it does not alter their previous feelings. And in the end, way prior to this, in which people got involved, was through the active involvement of them. Additionally, they still have the option to present ballot ballots, even if they do come and vote, which in the end would not be beneficial to the government in receiving these votes, because they would be inconsistent anyway, as the ideas of the individuals would not have changed.
All right, thank you.
I'll go next, Ramon.
Okay.
How do you contend with the idea that compulsory voting might be the only solution that Jamaica can implement to fix voter apathy and the harms thereof?
So it's not necessarily compulsory voting that will help fix voter apathy. It's more, we need to have our politicians educate their community, go out and actually inform their voters of what they're doing and what actually. It's their job to influence voters to vote for them, not the state to force voters to vote.
You guys' audio is going, the audio is going in and out.
Yeah, so we hear you best when you're in the center of the frame.
Okay, am I being heard clearly now?
Loud and
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, we are saying that it's not compulsory voting that's going to fix voter apathy. Rather, it's education and other factors that will actually help to bring
people to actually want to vote. It's the politician's job to influence their party to vote for them. It's not the state who's supposed to force the citizens of Jamaica to vote for candidates.
In as much as democracy and in as much as democracy in the context of elections does rest primarily or mostly on like the part of the politicians to incentivize people to vote for them, would you not agree that citizens should have a minimum level of responsibility and interaction with the democratic process, so much so that they have an equal responsibility to participate in the process where that participation looks like voting?
Well, this depends on the idea of their participation, as we, the opposition, believe that no response is equally as much as a response. For if both parties are bad, a lack of response is a sign of their disengagement, a sign of their disapproval, which would require politicians to go back to their starting board and reevaluate themselves to realize why is it that no one is or individuals are choosing their option.
All right, and that is the first period of cross-examination completed. We now invite the second speaker from Team Campion College to extend the case as to why we should absolutely not allow compulsory voting in Jamaica. A reminder to the team that we encourage you to accept at least 3 points of information from the judges. We will not be badgering you because we want to hear the full substance of your speech, but we do also want to see your ability to pivot and box and weave to the questions being asked. So at least 3 points of information we're asking you to accept. And we will not be asking you any more than those allocated 3.
Here was per speech.
Yes, per speech.
Feel free to accept more.
The judges will not be asking any more than 3. All right. With that said, we invite the second speaker from Team Campion College to extend the case for that side of the house.
Protocols observed. As the second speaker on side opposition, I will continue to strengthen our arguments through presenting new substantive points. On to my first substantive claim. Implementing compulsory voting infringes on the rights of citizens not to vote. By making voting compulsory, it removes the rights of citizens to not show up to the election center. A lack of response is a valuable response. The people are not uninformed because politicians have measures in place to garner support. And depending on the punishment or the alterations to voting to make it compulsory, the act of voting essentially becomes invalid or arbitrary. The proposition believes that making voting compulsory would force people to think critically about who they are voting for, which has been proven time and time again to be untrue. It may discourage the political education of the electorate because people are forced to participate and will react against the perceived source of oppression. There is little to no evidence to suggest that compulsory voting makes people more politically informed or engaged. Awareness does not come from punishment, whether by fine or criminal proceedings. Civic education and political trust do. If citizens vote merely to avoid fines, their engagement is performative, not genuine. By making voting accepted.
I contend that compulsory voting isn't an infringement on their right to choice, rather, but it's more so just like execution of the social contract, which is essentially people giving up certain rights to safeguard others. So this can just be processed as them giving up that right to choice, such that they can safeguard their right to, other freedoms such as good governance, a good state standard of living, in as much as them voting functions as accountability for those politicians to give them a good standard of living and like good governance.
Okay, one of the main issues with removing this particular right as opposed to other rights is that the act of voting is often spoken about in religious texts and it's just against some religions. So it's not the type of right you can just take away from citizens when often they don't proceed with the voting because they're against the government system or against their religion to participate in it. Okay. By making voting compulsory, several people would vote without thoroughly considering all candidates. This would only exacerbate the problem being faced in Jamaica of voters voting based on political allegiance rather than the fit of candidates for their constituency. People would mark the ballot for the sake of marking it. It increases the uninformed voting and the likelihood of spoiled ballots. Approximately 60% of the electorate do not make their decisions to vote for either of the two major political parties based on manifestos or educational events about politics. In Jamaica, political manifestos are not legally binding. They represent a collection of pledges or promises that political parties make to voters, outlining their plans and policies if elected into government. So most Jamaicans prefer to see actual action.
Point of information.
Accepted.
I contend that the problem why we have this status quo, where people are bribing individuals to vote, why people are not fulfilling their political manifestos, is because they know that they have a pocket of small, dedicated voters that they can rely on, and that compulsory voting, whereas you now have to cater with every single person, is going to severely mitigate that kind of corruption. And if you don't want to vote and you want to exercise your right to say, I don't want to vote for either party, spoil your ballot. That's an option available to you.
Okay, so to contend with the argument made that it increases the risk of corruption, it actually decreases it because without voting being compulsory, politicians have to make more effort to get people to the polling stations and to get them to vote. So by the status quo, you have large political rallies and you have politicians going into their communities, engaging with the people. And this is mainly because they know how hard it is to get people out to vote. Not necessarily to vote for them, but to even get them to consider the act of voting. So by making it compulsory, politicians will not have to do as much work and put in as much effort to actually get people out to vote. And another consequence of mandatory voting is the possible high number of random votes. Voters who are voting against their free will may check off a candidate at random, particularly the top candidate on the ballot. The voter does not care whom they vote for, as long as the government is satisfied that they have fulfilled their civic duty. What effect does this immeasurable category of random votes have on the legitimacy of the democratically elected government? Another point is that it places stress on the legal system.
Point, Speaker.
Accepted.
I'm not convinced that the outcome is going to be that political parties are just going to become complacent. I mean, to piggyback off what Ravan said, in as compulsory voting and the fact that people have to go to the station to vote doesn't equate to people having to vote for a particular political party. What happens in status quo is that politicians appeal to their strongholds and just people who are more inclined to vote for them to get them back to the polls, so it's just retention. When we have a status quo within which everybody has to vote, that actually increases the activity of politicians and is much more likely to lead to that outcome, in as much as they now have like a greater subset of the population to cater to and to convince to vote for them. So they're actually much more likely to be more active as opposed to become more complacent because they're not accountable to more people.
Okay, so your point on strongholds is completely invalid because strongholds have been proven time and time again to actually experience the most voter turnout. And that's usually because of how hard politicians work to maintain these strongholds. So that's why you see the fluctuation in different constituencies where it's not a stronghold, because these politicians have to put so much effort into their campaigning strategy, specifically in these areas, and have to go out of their way to spend almost twice as much time to campaign and to create strategic plans on this. Okay, so it places a burden on the legal system. This is because fines have to be processed, and if several people refuse to pay the fine, it's going to create a backlog of stuff on the legal system. And a main reason this is a problem is because Jamaicans already know how the system works, and because of that, they just would not go out to vote because they know that they will not be penalized. The proposition momentarily rests.
And thank you very much to the second speaker from Team Campion College. At this point in time, we're entering into the final period of cross-examination, and we'll invite the first judge, Calicia Vassa, to pose her question to the team Campion College.
Wow, thank you so much, Ravon. My my first question is, how do you contend with the idea that you get more political equity in a system where there's more compulsory voting? Because as your speaker just said, politicians cater to their strongholds because they're much more likely to vote for them again, which functions as political discrimination to areas that aren't strongholds because they aren't as politically educated on the mandates and policies of a particular politician. So therefore, in a world where they're catering to everybody and not just the subset of people who are much more likely to vote for them, that gives them greater opportunity for political education and therefore political equity. How do you contend with that?
I think your question fails to consider the people in this scenario, particularly because the idea of equity only applies to the politicians in going to everybody, which they do. They simply get a more positive response from their strongholds. Individuals who, by virtue of the history of how political party systems work in Jamaica, will still be inclined to support a certain party based off of a certain ideal, regardless of whether or not it is pushed or not. Well, not necessarily an ideal as in a policy, but simply familial relations or ties to a party. The history of that area in relation to that is still relevant, and your question don't.
All right, so I have another question. So, how do you contend with the fact that we don't care about the strongholds? Because, as you say, the strongholds have high voter turnout. So, this policy will not affect them to any great measure. They're going to get their strongholds. How do you contend with the fact that it is the weaker areas that don't have a politician who cares about them any at all? That's why you have voter apathy, and the politician wins because they are the default choice. But compulsory voting will make that politician have to work for their constituency to ensure that they get back in power, and that's a net benefit to society.
We can relate this question to education and the lack of voter turnout in the candidate elections. Particularly because firstly, as we've said time and time again, compulsory voting does not force politicians to work. It allows them to know that in the end they will get a vote. And they're expecting these uneducated individuals to simply choose somebody because they can. And most likely, if they're popular in a stronghold area, their name is known. And so perhaps maybe they'd be the first chosen one, or maybe they're be the first one.
You want the final question, Calicia?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how to word it. um so again, we're not convinced that like that's going to be the outcome. So how do you contend with the idea that politicians will be more incentivized to work to appeal to the majority of the population simply because they're not comfortable with that probability that you speak of, that sort of random voting? So they're going to be much more incentivized to ensure that they are the chosen option.
Sorry, we didn't hear that. Could you repeat it, please?
How do you contend with the idea that politicians, all contrary to what you're saying is going to be the outcome, will instead be more incentivized to work to appeal to the majority of the population, simply because they won't be comfortable with that sort of probability and randomized modus operandi of voting that you speak about? So instead of having people just like randomly pick a candidate to vote for, they're not going to be comfortable with that. So they're much more incentivized to work to actually secure a vote.
Okay, so politicians would not have to work as hard, and this is because like it's kind of just accepted as a point that if people are voting randomly, they can't necessarily change who they're voting for if they're not okay. A lot of the people who are unwilling to vote are people who have prior commitments either on election day or just have issues relating to voting and the government system as a whole, like Rastafarians who are not interested in upholding Babylon, or Jehovah's Witness who are just against voting in general. So the politicians still would not be appealing to those people because they already know that they're not going to cast a legitimate vote.
All right, and that ends the period of cross-examination. Reply speaker, you have a lot to contend with, and so we're going to be giving you 1 minute to wrap your reply speech, and then we'll invite you to present your case without any interruptions from the judges. And that 1 minute starts now. All right, that is 1 minute elapsed, and we now invite the reply speaker to close out this debate.
Adjudicators and colleagues, again, a pleasant good morning to you. As the third and final speaker, I will be identifying a few key points that the proposition has failed to address, expound on my colleagues' points, and address a few discrepancies. Before addressing the flaws, let us consider who truly bears the weight of compulsory voting. At first glance, compulsory voting may seem like a beneficial and advantageous idea. However, compulsory voting would only take advantage of our most vulnerable, i.e., the less fortunate and the uneducated. The fines that would be imposed would be fixed, meaning everyone would have to pay the same forfeiture no matter what. The introduction of regressive tax opens the door for many adversities. The ones who are already struggling will begin to struggle even more, leading people to believe the system is unfair, which can foster resentment towards the government. For many, the polling station in which one must attend is based on the constituency that they live in. However, a common occurrence is that one may work in an urban center miles away from their documented place of residence and polling station. Given that citizens are allowed only 3 hours off of work to vote, it would be especially difficult for people to travel to and from places such as Kingston and St. James. This is stressed further as the government gives inadequate notice before an election. Therefore, one cannot make the necessary accommodations for travel or to change their polling station, as it takes up to 3 months for those changes to take effect. Additionally, if a person misses a voting day or doesn't make it to a polling station in time, they are hit with an unfair fine that they may not be able to pay. Ultimately, compulsory voting risks punishing the very citizens it's claiming to empower. Voting is a right and not a duty. Citizens should be free to choose whether or not to vote, as forcing participation compels speech and violates individual freedom. Compulsory voting has been introduced for a number of reasons and often at times of constitutional and political change, but the desire to maximize turnout among all sections of society seems to have been a common objective. According to the United States Census Bureau, 89% of registered voters came out to vote in the 2025 election. Additionally, according to electionguide.org, New Zealand had an 83% voter turnout in the 2023 government election. Both countries have optional voting. However, in the 2024 government election in Mexico, only 60% of registered voters showed up to the polls. Moreover, in the 2023 government election in Greece, only 54% of voters actually turned up, but both these countries have compulsory voting. This information raises the question, does compulsory voting really affect voter turnout? Most definitely not. Higher voter turnout can occur due to several reasons, such as older populations, married people, residential stability, rurally based agricultural employment, affluence, high levels of social well-being, high levels of education, owner-occupied housing, high levels of political mobilization, proximity to the polling station, high levels of political choice, and weekend voting. Characteristics such as being married, education, owner-occupied housing, affluence, high levels of political choice, and residential stability are all things that the average Jamaican lacks, leading to low voter turnout. Moreover, candidates should influence people to vote. It should absolutely not be the state's job to force Jamaicans to vote for candidates. If citizens don't want to vote, that might be a sign that politicians aren't connecting with them. Therefore, it is not compulsion, but education, accessibility, and civic engagement that truly drive voter turnout. Compulsory voting risks punishing citizens instead of empowering them, proving that the freedom to choose is a true foundation of democracy. Thank you.
And thank you very much to the final speaker from Team Campion College. And thank you to the team on a whole for raising their fists and contended so ably with the judges. At this point in time, the judges are going to excuse themselves for just a few minutes to have a discussion and return to you with some brief feedback and, of course, the scores. All right, the judges are back, and we have the results of this competition, this match. So we have the team champion ready. Okay. All right. So, as you already know, Campion College, you have advanced to round 2 of this competition. You got an automatic advancement, but every single point that you scored today was done through blood, sweat, and tears. And so we want to congratulate you on that. The panel think that you did actually a pretty good job of presenting the speech. So our OA is not going to be long. I'm just going to tell you what the scores are. So you ended on 276 points, which is actually quite a strong amount of points, 276. And that kind of influences, reflects the fact that the judges thought that you actually did a very good job. The best debater for the match comes to us from the team in opposition. Emily, you were the best debater of the match. You got a score of 78. I think that's a really strong score. Now, just some feedback as you go on into your other matches. One, we think that you did a good job of contending with the judges. We think that it's good that you weren't intimidated by us and that you were able to defend your position in a real way. And confidence is one thing, but you can be confident and say foolishness. You guys did foolishness. Your responses to the questions were actually pointed, directed, and actually addressed the meat of the matter. And we really appreciated that. We think some of your responses could have definitely done with a little bit more work, but that's a big part of the next thing I'm going to talk about, which is your mechanization. So there are two things that we would necessarily want you to do. You didn't have an opposition, right? You never had a team in as your opponents, right? And so what that shows us is that from your speech is that it doesn't seem to us like you pre-prepared what your opponents could have said. It doesn't seem to us, and we could be wrong, but it doesn't seem to us that you anticipated what your proponents could have said. Because, for example, a policy that a proposition could have come with is compulsory voting tailored with education. Compulsory voting tailored with some sort of mechanism to educate the individuals. Because it's kind of intuitive that if you force people to go to the ballots, they're simply going to just go and just vote without actually getting any increase in care in the political system. It's kind of intuitive. So a reasonable proposition would have married their policy of compulsory voting with some sort of greater education and then having that proof be in actually going out and vote, right? I think that's a reasonable position for a proposition to take. And I think that's something that you could have preempted. Maybe, maybe not. But the principle of what I'm trying to say is I always encourage the teams to split yourselves in two, right? The team that's going to be debating, that's you three, you take the position you're going to be debating. And then have other members of your squad or debating society come up with positions to go against you. And you actually have a debate before you come in here so that you can kind of appreciate what it is that's going to happen, context that you need to add to your case, right? That's the first thing. The second thing that I want to encourage you guys to do is to mechanize your points a little bit more. Warrant them out. For example, you said that compulsory voting is going to cause more bribery, right? How? Why? What about forcing people to vote is going to allow politicians to want to bribe them more? Is it because there's now a sudden influx of people who don't care about voting, who are more susceptible to bribes, that you can now give them something and then you end up winning? Right? Because it's compulsory by your own metric. They don't want to vote, and so if you give them something, they're more likely to vote for you. Right? That kind of mechanization. What about the fact that it's compulsory makes them more susceptible to bribes? We needed to hear more about that. Right? How is it that compulsory voting is going to lead to a less accurate, less good representation from the MPs? How is it that if I know that you have to vote, I am now going to get up and do even less work? Why? right? We wanted some more mechanization and just step by step analysis on how we reach the outcome that you're claiming is going to happen. And finally, just weighing up the arguments a little bit more. A little advanced debate tech here, you can say, okay, even if it's likely that you get more people coming to the ballot, is going to be this. Even if some people actually become interested in voting, the vast majority of individuals are not going to be interested in voting. It's kind of taking the two arguments, weighing them, and then saying why your stance is greater, right? So with that said, those are things that we thought you could have done better. And if you can implement those things in subsequent rounds, then the judges are confident that your performance in subsequent rounds will be even better than the one that happened here. But nonetheless, a score of 276 is absolutely nothing to scoff at. That score is actually better than both teams got in your previous match. So the judges are pretty impressed with you. So, Campion College, congratulations and see you in round 2.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes match number 2 in day 1 of the JCSA High School Debate Competition for 2025. Next match starts at 1 p.m. and that will see Clarendon College facing off against Eltham High School, and they'll be debating the motion. This house would provide financial compensation to public sector whistleblowers whose disclosures lead to proven wrongdoing. Until then, stay tuned. We'll see you back at 1 p.m.
Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy unmatched, the excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy unmatched, the excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy, unmatched. The excitement, through the roof. And the talent, absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy, unmatched. The excitement, through the roof. And the talent, absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy, excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy unmatched, the excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy unmatched, the excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy unmatched, the excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy unmatched, the excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy unmatched, the excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's High School Debate Competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy, unmatched. The excitement, through the roof. And the talent, absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's High School Debate Competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy, unmatched. The excitement, through the roof. And the talent, absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's High School Debate Competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy, unmatched. The excitement, through the roof. And the talent, absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the the brain power to outshine the competition, then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy unmatched, the excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy unmatched, the excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy unmatched, the excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy, unmatched. The excitement, through the roof. And the talent, absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy, unmatched. The excitement, through the roof. And the talent, absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy, unmatched. The excitement, through the roof. And the talent, absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy, unmatched. The excitement, through the roof. And the talent, absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy, unmatched. The excitement, through the roof. And the talent, absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's high school debate competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy, unmatched. The excitement through the roof, and the talent absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready? Last year, the Jamaica Civil Service Association's High School Debate Competition lit up the stage with fiery arguments, quick wit, and powerful voices. The competition was nothing short of electric, with debaters dazzling us with their smart style and sharp delivery. The energy, unmatched. The excitement, through the roof. And the talent, absolutely unforgettable.
It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy.
We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that.
But guess what? This year, we're taking it bigger, better, and fiercer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025 promises higher stakes, sharper clashes, and a showcase of Jamaica's brightest young minds in action. Think you've got what it takes? Do you have the voice, the confidence, and the brain power to outshine the competition? Then don't miss your chance to be part of history. Registration closes October 3rd, 2025. Gather your team, polish your arguments, and get ready to claim your spot in the most thrilling high school debate State Jamaica has to offer. The JCSA High School Debate Competition 2025, where passion meets power and the voices of tomorrow rise today. Bigger, better, fiercer. Are you ready?
Greetings. Welcome, Eltham High School. It is good to see you. Can I hear your audio?
Yes, we're here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right, coming across loud and clear. Now we're just waiting on your opponents to show up. Clarendon College.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, Clarendon College. A few things. Can you put the name of your speakers in order of how they're going to be speaking in the chat? And then let me see your camera and then test your microphone. All right, I see the names of the speakers of Clarendon College. Now to test your camera and your audio, and then it looks like we can get the show on the road for 1 p.m. All right, Clarendon College. I see you. I see two debaters. Is there a way to frame up all three? All right. All right. Lastly, let's do a microphone check. Elsam, how you feeling? You ready? Excited?
We're ready, sir.
All right. Clarendon College, how we feeling?
We're ready, sir.
All right. So, I'm gonna start at 1 p.m. sharp. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now at match 3 in round 1, day 1 of the JCSA High Schools Debate Competition 2025. So far, we've seen 2 teams secure guaranteed advancements to the second round of this competition. We've seen Charlemont High School defeat Arden High School and Campion College progressing on an automatic progression rather due to the forfeiture of Cumberland High School. However, the two teams before us, Clarendon College, Eltham High School, are here. There will be no automatic advancements in this match. The two teams will fight it out, duke it out, using their words and their arguments to see who will be securing that coveted spot in round two, getting that much closer to the championship title. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ravon Thomas Matthews, and I will be your day's cheer judge. With me on this panel are two other brilliant, competent judges from Jade, and we're going to ask them to introduce themselves, starting with the lady, Miss Calicia T. Vassell.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to match 3. I'm looking forward to an interesting engagement of ideas, and I have no doubts that you will keep the energy pushing as we have had in the last 2 matches. All the best.
Thank you very much, Calicia. And of course, your other wing judge, Najani Stewart.
All right, thank you so much for that, Ravon. Looking forward to really exciting, interesting, vivacious arguments from both Clarendon College and Eltham High School. And don't overthink it, just do your best, and I'm sure that the arguments will take shape throughout the course of the debate. Engage, engage, engage. Ensure that you're listening to the other team and you're responding effectively to their points. All right, so have fun, and I hope that we're all able to remain friends at the end of this debate.
Wise words from Najani Stewart. We are not enemies, despite what our arguments may say today, and very sage advice as well. Have fun. The two teams again vying for that slot. Clarendon College in proposition and Eltham High School in opposition. And we'd like to hear from them. We invite the team members from Clarendon College to unmute their microphones and introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ariana Mackenzie, and I am first speaker of Clarendon College in proposition. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Martin G, and I am second Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shanita Grant of Clarendon College, and I'm the second. No, I'm the third speaker. The government member of the proposition.
Thank you very much, Clarendon College. And of course, your opponents, Eltham High School, we invite you to introduce yourselves.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Kimoya White, and I'm the first speaker of the opposition team.
Good afternoon, I'm Donnelly Ricketts, and I'm the second speaker of the opposition team.
Good afternoon, my name is Andre Bailey, and I am the third speaker of the opposition team.
All right, thank you very much. So at this point in time, teams, you know all the rules, but for the benefit of the viewing audience, I'm going to repeat them. So the first speakers, you will have 7 minutes to extend your case. The second speakers, you'll be provided with 6 minutes. The third speaker or reply speaker, you will have 5 minutes to summarize the case and prove why your team has won the debate. The first and last minute of each speech is what we call protected time. That means that within the first minute and the last minute of your speech, no points of information will be allowed. But outside of those two barriers, points of information are not only allowed, they're absolutely encouraged. And between the first and the second and third speakers, we have a really exciting treat for you, the viewing audience, that we like to call our cross-examination period. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that when we get into it. Now, with that said, I want to once again thank the Jamaica Civil Service Association for putting on this competition, partnering with Jade for the empowerment of all of these wonderful young adults, young people that you see on the call with us today. JCSA High School Debate Competition is in its third staging, and the arguments so far have shown promise that they will be even greater and better than last year. We've had a wonderful time so far, and I'm sure it will continue. Now, the motion before us reads, this House would provide financial compensation to public sector whistleblowers whose disclosures lead to proven wrongdoing. With no further delays, I officially call this debate in order by inviting the first speaker from Clarendon College, Alea Mackenzie, to open this debate.
Am I being heard clearly?
Loud and clear, Alea.
I begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Honorable House, good afternoon. As Prime Minister, I stand firmly supporting the motion. This House would provide financial compensation to public sector whistleblowers whose disclosures lead to proven wrongdoing. A public sector whistleblower is any employee of a government institution who reveals covered or suspected activities of an institution, employer, or another employee to the relevant authority. Proven wrongdoing in this context is misconduct that leads to an arrest, criminal liability, sanctions, or recovery of public funds once investigations have been concluded. Currently, the integrity
Okay, it seems that we're having some technical difficulties with you there, Clarendon College. It seems that you are breaking up.
now.
Yeah, so we lost you for a second there, Clarendon College, and Elson confirms that we're not hearing you. So what we'll do is we allow you to restart your speech, and if the issue persists, we'll ask you to turn off your camera for a little while, see if we can get a little bit more bandwidth. All right? Well, you can restart, and we restarted your time. So ready when you're ready.
I begin again in 3, 2, 1. Honorable House, good afternoon. As Prime Minister, I stand firmly supporting the motion. This House would provide financial compensation to public sector whistleblowers whose disclosures lead to proven wrongdoing. A public sector whistleblower is any employee of a government institution who reveals covered or suspected illicit activities of an institution, employer, or another employee to the relevant authority. Proven wrongdoing in this context is misconduct that leads to an arrest, criminal liability, sanctions, or recovery of public funds once investigations have been concluded. Currently, the Integrity Commission and other relevant bodies receive few whistleblower reports despite the existence of laws and organizations designed to protect individuals who come forward. While whistleblowers may retain their positions after disclosing information, they often experience professional stagnation as a form of retaliation by their employers. Incidentally, according to an article by the JIS, Jamaica's whistleblower laws are ranked one of the best globally by principle according to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. This simply means that our current mechanisms are not effective enough in encouraging a voice for justice. This principle is simply not enough to work if it's not being carried out properly, and there is now a clear reason that there's a needed incentive to encourage individuals to come forward, considering the potential risks they face. Hence, we propose this motion. Under our policy, the Integrity Commission will be responsible for monitoring whistleblower reports and administering compensation according to this specific criteria. Whistleblowers whose disclosures lead to the recovery of public funds or sanctions will receive 5 to 20% of the amount as a reward. In cases where the information provided by the whistleblower results in an arrest or criminal conviction, the individual will be granted a fixed monetary sum with the amount determined by the nature and seriousness of the case. To ensure there is transparency and accountability, all payouts to eligible individuals will be tracked through biannual audits conducted by a team within the Integrity Commission, and the findings from these audits will be documented and made accessible to all relevant parties. In this debate, I will raise one key argument.
Providing financial compensation will increase the likelihood of whistleblowers coming forward. Our second speaker will discuss promoting accountability, fairness, and justice, and our third speaker will summarize our case and prove why we have won this debate. I present my first substantive. Providing financial compensation will increase the likelihood of whistleblowers coming forward with valuable information. To warrant my claim, it is important to recognize that individuals often weigh the benefits and consequences of an action before deciding to disclose wrongdoing. Financial incentives serve as a tangible assurance, a safety net, Mr. Speaker, to offset professional setbacks and encourages more employees to report illegal activities. We see this, for example, in South Korea, which has implemented a reward program that has steadily seen a rise in whistleblower reports since 2012. My opponents, before I move further in my argument, allow me to clarify that we do not deny there is a need for effective protection laws. However, protection alone won't work. We see this not only in South Korea, US, and other countries who have long since realized this fact, but in Jamaica. We need an incentive to not only outweigh professional setbacks, but our stigmas against whistleblowing or being an informer. Furthermore, there is no reason financial incentives cannot work alongside the improvement of law. Mr. Speaker, my second word. Jamaica has a deep-rooted stigma against whistleblowers. Whistleblowers in Jamaica risk acquiring a label as an informer. They find this to be socially degrading. This stigma discourages workers from reporting illicit activities. Protection and ethics are not enough to overcome this fear. They need a compelling incentive, potential rewards that outweigh the impact of this label, and financial rewards provided individuals with this motivation. My third one, people are more compelled to act when something benefits themselves. This principle is applied in everyday life. For example, large corporations make charitable donations partly because of the tax deductions and positive public image these actions will provide them with. Similarly, governments already offer financial information leading to arrest of criminals, i.e. crime stop, and encourages people to come forward with tips they would have otherwise withheld. This proves that if rewards are tangible, such as financial compensation, the motivation to act increases significantly. Therefore, by offering incentives, financial incentives rather, we create a compelling reason for individuals to step forward with valuable information. This will not weaken integrity as your position may argue. Integrity will be at the same level as it is in society, especially with the continuous use of crime stop and various other compensation schemes. Even if it were to lessen integrity, what we were to gain in return is greater justice. The impact of providing financial compensation to eligible whistleblowers is that we see an increase in reports of corruption. Prosecutors can expedite their investigations. More time and resources will be saved as insiders with valuable information will be incentivized to report. Mr. Speaker, we don't have to wait for outsiders to catch on to information or audits to overlook anything while millions of taxpayers' money go down the drain. While laws are being debated, the public is losing trust in the service of the government and the citizens are being neglected. For this reason, we need to implement a compelling reason which is financial incentive for whistleblowers to come forward. With that, the proposition rests. Thank you.
And thank you very much. That was the first speaker from Clarendon College, Alea McKenzie. Now, to open the debate for Eltham High School, we invite their first speaker, Kimoya White.
Okay, you're hearing me?
Loud and clear, Kimoya.
Okay. Judges, guests, hosts, and fellow debaters, greetings to you all. This House will provide financial compensation to whistleblowers whose disclosure leads to proven wrongdoing. I vehemently to this motion since it is more harmful than beneficial. Before we proceed, I would like to challenge the underlying assumption. I would like to challenge the underlying assumptions in the motion's wording. The phrase proven wrongdoing implies that whistleblowers should only be rewarded if their disclosure leads to a successful prosecution or disciplinary action. However, they ignore the fact that whistleblowers often face significant barriers in gathering evidence and may be silenced or retaliated against before they can provide conclusive proof. Furthermore, the emphasis on proven wrongdoing may create a culture where whistleblowers are only rewarded if they can provide irrefutable evidence, rather than being supported in coming forward with their courage and integrity. With that in mind, let's consider the motion's implication and whether financial compensation is the right approach. With that said, let me highlight the significance of the four important elements in this motion: financial compensation, whistleblowers, the public sector, and disclosure. Financial compensation is simply defined as payment or other financial incentive offered to individuals in exchange for their service or action. The public sector is a part of the economy made up of public businesses and government organizations that provide the public with essential service. Whistleblowers are individuals who often report wrongdoing about misconduct, corruption, or unethical practices within a business, and disclosure is the act of making information public, usually through the action of a whistleblower. Let's consider the motivation behind whistleblowing. Is it merely for a personal gain, or is it to serve the greater good? I believe it is the latter. Whistleblowers are individuals who courageously step forward to expose wrongdoing in order for personal gain. Is that a risk we're willing to take? The US False Claim Act, often cited as a model for whistleblowers' compensation, has been criticized for allowing individuals to profit from false claims. Do we want to create a culture where people come forward with questionable motive? A study by the University of Greenwich found that financial rewards can create an increase in whistleblowing report, but also raise concerns about false claim. Is that a risk we're willing to take? Moreover, providing financial compensation would create a financial burden on taxpayers. Would you want your hard-earned money to be used to reward individuals for doing what they should already be doing? Reporting wrongdoing is a civic duty, not a lucrative career opportunity. A government accountability office report the emphasis for robust safeguard to prevent abuse of whistleblower program. We should focus on strengthening these safeguards rather than creating a system ripe for exploitation. Instead of financial compensation, let's offer whistleblowers what they truly deserve: protection, support, and a safe space where they can speak out. Let's ensure that they can report wrongdoing without fear of retaliation or judgment. Isn't that a more noble approach? Furthermore, we must consider the impact on public sector employees. Would financial reward create an obligation to report wrongdoing, even if it means compromising colleagues or organization? Would it lead to a culture of suspicion and mistrust? I believe it would be a devastating consequence. In addition, let's examine the potential consequences of financial compensation on the whistleblowers themselves. Would it lead to increased scrutiny, harassment, or even retaliation? We must prioritize their safety and well-being above all else. In conclusion, I urge you to consider the unintended consequences of this motion. Let's not create a system that rewards individuals for doing what's right with the promise of financial gain. Instead, let's foster a culture where integrity and courage are valued. Let's vote against this motion and uphold the values of selflessness and civic duty. As we consider this motion, let's ask ourselves, what kind of society do we want to create? One that values whistleblowers for their courage and integrity, or one that incentivizes them with financial rewards? I believe that our answer is clear. Let's stand together and reject this motion, promoting a culture of public service and accountability that truly serves the greater good. Thank you.
And thank you very much. That was your first speaker from the opposition, Kimaya White. Now, earlier I promised you something really interesting, a period of cross-examination. And we're here. And so I'm going to explain for the benefits of the viewing audience on YouTube and otherwise how the cross-examination is going to work. So team opposition is going to pose a question to team proposition, and team proposition will answer that question. Team opposition will then pose another question, which will receive another answer from Clarendon College, and then finally Elsom High will pose their third and final question, to which the proposition, Clarendon College will respond. Then after that, we will flip it and allow Clarendon College, the proposition team, to pose questions to Elsom High. 3 questions and 3 answers. It's important to note that each question can last no longer than 10 seconds, and each answer is limited to 45 seconds, right? Also important to note, only one person from the team can ask a question. However, the entire team can chip in to provide a robust answer to that question, provided it fits within that 45-second window. All right? So, with that said, we invite Elsom High School to pose their first question to Clarendon College.
So, good afternoon, Clarendon College. I have my first question. Do you think that in this Jamaican culture where people are highly influenced by money, do you think that they'll be doing it for the greater good, or do you think that they'll be doing it for only their personal gains?
Okay. So there are people who are going to do it for the greater good, and there are going to be people who are going to do it for their personal gain. But really and truly, that does not matter as long as who needs to be behind bars ends up behind bars, and wherever the money has gone goes back to the public. So it really doesn't matter the reason the people report on the people who are doing wrongdoing, but the outcome is that matters. The outcome ends with justice either way.
Ready when you are for your next question, Elsom High?
Okay, so how would you ensure that funding while whistleblowers through tax paying wouldn't raise the cost of living?
Okay, I've already stated in my policy that the taxpayers will not necessarily be funding all whistleblower compensation. There's a percentage of sanctions or fines or a percentage of the recovery, the public funds recovered will be used to pay the whistleblowers. I stated specifically that 5 to 20% will be used to pay the whistleblowers. So the taxpayers will not be getting a burden on them. So there will be no increase in the cost of living with our policy.
Sorry, Mr. Matthews, the audio is a bit low, so I'm having a hard time hearing her.
Thank you for that. So Clarendon will allow you to repeat your answer. Just enunciate and speak a little bit louder, more louder than you normally would speak.
Okay, so I was saying that there will not be additional burden on the taxpayers as we have stated in our policy that a percentage of public funds recovered, sanctions or fines will be used to compensate the whistleblowers. So you're saying that there's going to be, or your question, rather, that there's going to be an increase in the cost of living for the taxpayers is really not valid.
Okay, thank you for answering.
All right, and your final question, Elsam High.
Okay, so when you were doing your debate, you were speaking mainly on Jamaica. So, how would you fully ensure the safety of those whistleblowers even after they're compensated financially? Because we know that yes, money can help them in certain circumstances, but what about when they're feeling threatened and when they don't have a proper peace of mind?
Okay, so I already stated in my speech that we do not deny there needs to be an improvement in laws to protect whistleblowers. But what we're saying is that laws are to be debated, proposed, revised, and go through like a process to be implemented, and that will take years. We don't know how long. What we want now is efficient. The current laws, in combination with compensation, will encourage whistleblowers to step forward. When the whistleblowers realize that whatever they would gain from reporting is far more rather than what they would lose or what they would experience, they will be more incentivized to report.
All right, thank you very much for that first half of the cross-examination period. We now invite Clarendon College to pose questions to Team Elsam High School.
Good afternoon. This is our first question. What exactly can the motivation for whistleblowers matter if the outcome is publicity? Why exactly can the motivation for whistleblowers matter if the outcome is public gain?
Can you repeat the question once more? We're not hearing clearly.
Why exactly does the motivation for whistleblowers matter if the outcome is public gain?
So with whistleblowers now, we know that when you are informing your headquarters about certain corruption that is happening in the company, you feel scared at times, but you need to be motivated in order to go ahead and file that complaint. So let's first say that I'm in a situation where I'm seeing something happening, but I'm scared of retaliation for my job and other stuff like that. I want to ensure that I feel okay to go ahead and step forward and say, okay, this is happening in the company, and motivation to know that the law is protecting me would actually push me to do so because I know that I am protected by law.
Our next question, why exactly is ethics so important that we must forego efficiency if justice is going to be the ultimate?
Can you repeat a bit loudly, please?
I was saying, why exactly is ethics so important that we must forego efficiency if justice is going to be the outcome in the end?
Excuse me, is it possible for her to type it because in certain times when she's talking, it's cutting out? I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It's not nothing to be apologetic for. Team Clarendon College, shout.
Why exactly is ethics so important if justice will be the outcome anyway?
Sir, I would love if she could just type it in the chat because we're hearing certain things, but I'm so sorry, it's cutting out.
All right. So the question, if I may ask, is they're asking why exactly is ethics so important if justice is going to be ultimately served?
Okay. Why is it so important when justice will be served anyways? That's the question, correct? Okay. So we know that you have ethical and unethical. Whether justice is going to be served either way, we have to ensure that things are properly done. As whistleblowers, you have a procedure in how you get things done. I will not just go directly to the headquarters and just report it and think that okay, that's it. I have to ensure that I have backup. I have to ensure that the law is there to protect me. I have to ensure that the law is correct and it's in proper things with me. So even though justice can be served, it has to be served properly.
All right. And so, Clarendon College, you have one final question. You can ask it out loud for our viewing audience, but also put it in the chat for the benefit of those of us on the call.
So we're typing it while I'm speaking right now.
Mhm.
Is there a particular reason that our policy absolutely cannot work alongside protection laws which you have proposed?
So to repeat the question, is there a reason why the policy presented cannot work alongside existing protection laws?
I'm not saying that it can't work, but in this case, to really go with the motion with financial compensation, yes, certain policies like the laws can work, yes, but are they really doing it for public gains rather than personal gains? Yes, they can report wrongdoing, but you know how those things could actually affect a company and the company's reputation and the workspace and the relationship in that workspace. Are they doing it just because it's really important for it to be reported, or are they doing it for personal gain just to receive financial compensation? So yes, it can work alongside with each other, but what will happen in those other instances?
All right. Thank you very much for that period of cross-examination, Clarendon College and Elsom High School. We now invite the second speaker from Clarendon College to extend the case for team proposition, that speaker being Marlene Green.
Officers speak about protection, but there's no way in how they are going to protect the individual from the stigma that they pay for, that they claim that they will receive, and they simply because they cannot. Mr. Speaker,
All right, Clarendon College, so you're coming across without any internet breakup, but you're sounding muffled. Is it possible to bring the microphone closer to you? And then just bring the screen down so we can still see your face. We're gonna get a close shot of your face, but that's okay. All right, let's go again.
Opposition speak about protection, but there's no way in how they are going to protect these individuals from the stigma that they claim they will receive, and this is simply because they cannot. Because the African people, they claim so far because they don't do it for the public. Does it really matter if the public gets anyway? I need to know. Good afternoon, judges, and my royal family. My name is Martin B, and I stand before you as Deputy Prime Minister of the Executive House to strongly propose a motion that this House will provide financial compensation for public sector whistleblowers who ensure their proven wrongdoing. We the Republicans strongly believe that public sector whistleblowers should be financially compensated for their bravery, risk, and contributions to justice. Mr. Speaker, if the government policy for a proper compensation system is put in place, it will encourage honesty and transparency in the public sector because not only will people be more likely to report corruption or unethical acts, also whistleblowers will be more likely to come forward knowing that their cause will be recognized and rewarded. At the same time, financial compensation will make others think twice before engaging in wrongdoing since they know there are incentives for those who expose them. Mr. Speaker, in this way, financial compensation serves as both a reward for integrity and a deterrent against corruption, helping to create a more accountable public service. Financially compensating whistleblowers deters corruption when people know that their fellow employees have an incentive to report them. Mr. Speaker, we will see a reduction in corruption. Take, for example, the USA, who under their False Claim Act provide monetary compensation to whistleblowers, have seen a reduction in the occurrence of financial fraud. This proves the deterrent effect of financial compensation. Because in society, we reward people for doing the right thing. For example, crime talk, where people come forward with information that they wouldn't have without any incentive. We enforce that is not child getting a reward. That kind of criminal or crime a missing person, why should we see for those who risk their blood, faith, and even their reputation to defend truth and justice? Because people, many whistleblowers face harassment, isolation, or dismissal after speaking out. Financial compensation provides them with the means to recover and rebuild their lives while showing that our society values bravery, honesty, and integrity over silence and fear. Whistleblowers act in the interest of justice. They expose crime and corruption that hurt ordinary citizens, yet too often they are pushed instead of praised. Providing financial compensation ensures fairness by ensuring that those who suffer loss or hardship for doing the right thing are not left in.
Tanka, we're going to pause the time right now. Just doing some investigation. Is it likely that you have a book or an item or something blocking the microphone of the device that you're on?
No, sir.
No? All right. So we've paused your time, so don't worry about it. Just set yourself and then you can go back to your speech, but we're just advising you to speak a little bit louder because your opponents are struggling to hear you. All right, so we'll start your time when you're settled and when you're ready. It's still a little muffled, but if this is the best we have, we'll just have to make do.
Whistleblowers act in the interest of justice. They expose crime and corruption that harm ordinary citizens, yet too often they are pushed instead of praised. Providing financial compensation ensures fairness by ensuring that those who suffer loss or hardship for doing the right thing are not left empty-handed. It also upholds justice because it sends a powerful message that the system rewards truth, not corruption. When the government supports whistleblowers, citizens gain confidence that corruption will not be hidden or ignored. This increases public trust and helps build a culture where integrity is valued and wrongdoing is quickly addressed. A transparent public sector benefits everyone, from the ordinary taxpayer to the highest government office. In conclusion, judges and members of the House, whistleblowers are the guardians of honesty in our society. They expose corruption, protect
public funds and defend the principles of fairness and justice. Financial compensation is not simply a reward, it is a symbol of our appreciation, a safeguard for integrity, and a step towards a more accountable and just society. And for these reasons, I strongly stand behind it.
All right, thank you very much, Marlon Green, the second speaker from Team Clarendon College. We now invite the second speaker from Eltham High School, Donald Lee Ricketts, to extend the case for that side of the house.
Thank you, Proposition Speaker, for sharing your addresses. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges and fellow debaters, I'm honored to be speaking against the motion to provide financial compensation to public sector whistleblowers. While I appreciate the bravery and selflessness of whistleblowers, I strongly believe that financial compensation is not the solution. The motion proposes to reward whistleblowers with financial compensation for their disclosures. This approach raises several concerns. Firstly, it could create a culture of self-interest where individuals are motivated by personal gain rather than a desire to serve the public interest. According to the study by Dykemore Zingles, 2010, financial rewards can motivate individuals to report wrongdoing for personal gain rather than public interest. Moreover, financial compensation could lead to a flood of false or exaggerated claims, which could waste taxpayer money and undermine the credibility of genuine whistleblowers. A report by the Government Accountability Office 2018 found that some whistleblower programs face challenges in distinguishing between genuine and unfounded complaints. Furthermore, financial compensation could compromise the independence and objectivity of whistleblowers. If whistleblowers are financially rewarded for their disclosures, it could lead and create a perception that we are motivated by personal gain rather than a desire for exposing wrongdoing. But here's the thing, whistleblowers are already protected by law. In many countries, including the United States, the UK, and Australia, there are robust laws and regulations in place to protect whistleblowers from retaliation and reprisal. For example, the Whistleblower Protection Act 1989 in the US provides protection for federal employees who disclose wrongdoing. In fact, this law has been instrumental in protecting whistleblowers, with over 10,000 cases resolved in favor of whistleblowers since its enactment. So, what's the alternative? Whistleblowers were rejected. So, what's the alternative? Instead of financial compensation, we can provide a robust protection and support for whistleblowers, including anonymity, counseling, and career protection. We can also promote a culture of transparency and accountability within public institutions where whistleblowers feel safe and supported in reporting wrongdoing. In fact, a study by the Public Concern at Work 2019 found that whistleblowers are motivated by a desire to do the right thing and to protect the public interest rather than personal gain. Therefore, let's focus on creating a culture that values and supports whistleblowers rather than trying to buy their silence. In conclusion, let's not sell out our values for a quick money. Let's not sacrifice our integrity on the altar for financial gain. Let's stand together and reject this motion, promoting culture of integrity, accountability, and patriotism that truly serves the greater good. By rejecting this motion, we can ensure that whistleblowers are protected and supported, and not just financially, but also emotionally and professionally. We can create a society that values courage, honesty, and selflessness, and where whistleblowers are celebrated as heroes and not mercenaries. Let us reject this motion and uphold the values that make us human. Thank you.
And thank you very much for that speech, Donald Lee Ricketts. We now move into the second period of cross-examination, and we once again invite Team Eltham High School to pose questions to Team Clarendon College. And teams, feel free to pose your questions as soon as they've been answered, You don't need to wait on me to give you the go-ahead. All right? So we invite you to pose your first question, Team Elsam.
Okay, you hearing me?
Indeed, loud and clear.
Okay. Whistleblowers would be recognized by the drive of financial reward. But why should they report wrongdoing because of the promise of financial compensation?
We aren't saying that they should do it under the guide because as motion states, they will get financial compensation if their disclosure leads to a proven wrongdoing. So we aren't saying they should only just come out and inform on whoever just because they didn't really want that is not what they do. We're simply saying that they will be more likely to do it. The money will be like a safety net for these people. We see that the protection alone is not working with our country, and that's why we support this motion.
Okay, second question. There's this saying in Jamaica where they say, inform of the dead. If it's a case where the whistleblowers runs off for safety because the government cannot protect them, what kind of implication would be put in place to protect their family?
Okay, firstly, you keep assuming that laws will not be improved. The thing is, laws take time to be improved, debated, and proposed, and actually implemented. And while these laws are being debated, implemented, or whatever, people are not going to automatically stop doing corruption or wrong. What we want is efficiency. We're not saying that they won't be protected. Of course, they will be protected. Laws will be improved. However, right now, financial compensation is going to be advised for them to do so. We see they're stepping back from reporting because they fear what will happen. They fear not getting that promotion or they fear getting a demotion. And then that will influence how much income they're bringing home. And then being more worried about putting food on the table, they will not be as concerned with ethics. Hence the reason we put this financial compensation.
Okay, thank you. So can you give me a clear reason or a situation or some source of how financial compensation can truly benefit a whistleblower aside from giving them a flyout out of the country or them moving to a different job or something? Aside from that, what benefits is there for financial compensation?
Okay, so we see that in some countries, even if you're Jamaica, whistleblowers may face certain lawsuits after they have whistleblowed. And the money from financial compensation could help them with these lawsuits. Additionally, even if it were not to help them with these lawsuits, if it would, why should it shouldn't really matter rather what they need that money for, what they will do with that money. They have rightfully earned it. Similarly, the people of France who report the crimes have rightfully earned the money. So if you are simply supposing that there should necessarily be some kind of benefit or should it really matter how these people use their money, how it will benefit them, then am I being heard clearly now?
Is that any better, Elsam?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
All right, you can go ahead, Clarendon College.
Okay, so go ahead and repeat the question.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'm not sure if she asked me to repeat the question because she went muted. That's why.
No, I think she was asking for a second to finish something.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, Clarendon College. Your final answer to the question.
So we're asking for the question to be repeated.
Ah, I understand. Yes, can you repeat the question for them, Elsam High?
I was saying that aside from, them getting money, aside from them getting money and them being able to change jobs or to fly out of a country, what other strong benefits are there for financial compensation that could really benefit the whistleblower after they have confided in the headquarters about any corruptive things happening in the company, and how can that really help them when there is retaliation?
Okay, so I was saying that these funds could actually help the whistleblower with lawsuits they may potentially face from their employers if the employer needs to sue them. Additionally, it shouldn't really matter what these people choose to do with their money. They have rightfully earned it. We do not question why people need a tax reduction after they have made charitable donations, and we do not question why people need money after they have reported the crime stuff. And it should be the same policy as they relate to whistleblowers. If it is a case where we cannot give whistleblower compensation, then tax deduction should be removed for those who give charitable donations. And crime shops should completely stop paying out people for reporting or giving information to them.
All right, thank you very much. We now invite the team Clarendon College to pose questions to Eltham High School.
So our first question, isn't there already a culture that values self-interest, considering the fact that we have times of paying out people or people getting tax deductions for charitable donations?
Apologies, is there a way that you can repeat again once more?
I was saying, isn't there already a culture that values self-interest, considering crimes of these people for their kids and people get tax deductions for charitable donations?
All right, so we're going to ask Clarendon College to pose their questions in the chat because it's not being heard clearly by their opponents who absolutely need to hear it in order to provide a fulsome response. All right, so waiting just a second for that. And after you ask your first question in the chat, Clarendon College, while you listen to Elsam's answer, you can feel free to start typing your second and third questions as well. All right, so for the benefit of the viewing audience, the question is, isn't there already a culture of self-interest in our country, considering Crime Stop pays people for information?
Yes, there is a culture of self-interest in our country that I agree with. But do we really want to continue that in Jamaica, considering that they're doing it for self-interest of financial compensation, knowing that in a company you will be willing to sacrifice your company's reputation and your relationship with your coworkers and everybody just for financial compensation. You're seeing it that because it's already a culture of that, we should continue it with the whistleblowers and just give them the money. So I strongly disagree that because that there's a culture for self-interest, we should give financial compensation to whistleblowers.
The next question, how exactly do you intend to promote a culture of accountability without a strong incentive?
So how exactly do you intend to promote a culture of accountability without a strong incentive? Remember that being a whistleblower is a civil responsibility, right? When you're a whistleblower, you're doing it because of public interest, not personal gain. So without compensation, without financial compensation, you should be able to go out and report corruption in a company, in anywhere that you are, without even thinking of financial compensation. So how do I intend to promote the culture of accountability? Well, we can ensure that the laws are intact, that the laws support everything that we're doing, that we have the people backing us up to help protect the whistleblowers, and that they will feel okay to say that, hey, they reported this issue and higher powers or governments will help to solve it. So those people who did that corruption or did something wrong in that job, they'll be able to take accountability and say, hey, I already got caught. What more can I do? Because it's going to lead to even more trouble. So financial compensation would not be needed. You just need support from the government and from laws.
All right. Thank you very much. And we now await the final question from Team Clarendon College. The question is, isn't it more efficient to have the public benefit from the information regardless of the reason whistleblowers report? Isn't it more efficient to have the public benefit from the information regardless of the reason whistleblowers report?
I'm not comprehending that question clearly.
More efficient to have the public benefit from the information that reasons.
One second, please. Is it possible for you to elaborate on that question further?
All right, Clarendon College, go ahead.
I was basically saying that it is more efficient to have the public benefit on the information regardless of the reason it's going for. I mean, as long as the public benefit, why does it really matter the reason the whistleblowers decide to report?
Okay. So, as I'm quoting directly, as long as the public benefits, why does it matter the reason why whistleblowers report?
As long as the public benefits, why does it matter if whistleblowers report?
Why does it matter the reason why they report?
Remember, the reason why they report is to, like, it's to reveal corruption that is happening, and the public would need to know that. So why does it matter why the whistleblower, why the reason they? I'm sorry, I'm not comprehending the question well, but I do believe that regardless of anything, the public needs to know Because if the whistleblower's main gain was to give the public the information about what is happening for public interest, the public should know everything that is going on, regardless of the reason the whistleblowers want to report.
All right, thank you very much, Eltham High School. At this point in time, we pause the debate for 1 minute to allow the reply speeches to be placed, the finishing touches to be placed on those reply speeches, and hopefully for us to get some greater connection outcomes. All right, so the debate pauses now for 1 minute.
One minute has elapsed, Ravon.
All right, thank you very much. Now we invite the reply speaker from the opposition, Eltham High School, to conclude the debate for that side of the House. That speaker, of course, being Andre Bailey.
Good afternoon, fellow debaters and judges. Even though we are not against whistleblowers, do you think it's right to pay someone to come forward and speak the truth, to come forward and help their work community? Should we put that extra financial burden on our taxpayers? As my second speaker highlighted, workers might do it for personal benefit rather than the public interest. This is their civic responsibility. This can lead to a flood of false information, which is a waste of taxpayers' money. I heard the first speaker and the second speaker of the opposition said, um, the funding won't come from the taxpayers. If the money will not come from the taxpayers, where would the money come from? Civic responsibility refers to the moral and voluntary action as of individuals take to contribute to the well-being of their community and society as a whole. I raise my case. Thank you.
And thank you very much. And finally, to conclude the debate, we invite the final speaker from Team Clarendon College, Ms. Shanika Grant.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
You're not sounding bad. Continue and
Am
let's
I
see.
being heard?
Yes, I think so.
I'll be starting. Let's see. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine the average Jamaican who has knowledge of what is going on in their workplace was failed to provide the necessary information to the Integrity Commission just because of the stigma that is very deep rooted in our society, a stigma that will class them as informers due to whistleblowing. Thus, we need to mitigate the impact of the stigma of whistleblowing on a person by coming forward to raise awareness on these issues that have been under the rupture for too long. The opposition argues that these whistleblowers will profit from falsehoods, but our first speaker would have already stated that there will be an investigation to screen and prevent these things. There will also be no financial burden on the taxpayers because a 5 to 20% would be rewarded, and it is from a fixed monetary sum. Thus, there is no reason for the opposition to worry about integrity and courage being valid because by reviewing the necessary information, there will be transparency and accountability, which would serve as a recognition for these people which were coming forward. This would bring forth unity. The opposition emphasized about morals and ethics. Mr. Speaker, these are concerns that won't even be considered when the truth is revealed and the wrongdoer is put behind bars. And if moral and ethics is dissolved, then all of these organizations like Crime Stop, Charity, and others should be eradicated in order for should be eradicated and physical compensation should be eradicated in order for that to be feasible. As the government member, my role today is to summarize our case about the opposition and prove why the government side has won this debate. From the start, the government would have proven and stressed why it is important to provide the disability financial compensation. Mr. Speaker, my first speaker brought forth their argument that providing financial compensation would increase the likelihood of whistleblowers coming forward. There are laws there to protect them. For instance, US in the false claim act allows whistleblowers to receive a portion of the recovered funds in cases of fraud against the government. And even if a whistleblower loses their job after exposing corruption, the compensation can assist them with sustaining themselves while they are seeking new employment. This creates a more easier and reliable framework in an organization as financially compensating whistleblowers deters future corruption as the risk of exposure is increased. Government programs in the US like the Securities and Exchange Commission set whistleblower programs aim to incentivize reporting of financial misconduct and lead to successful enforcement action. As it had a record-breaking year in 2023, with awards totaling nearly 600 million, including 279 million awards to one whistleblower, and in 2024, the set received 24,000 whistleblower tips and awarded over 265 million to 47 individuals. No right-thinking member of society will participate in financial misconduct and corruption when the state of risking everything is at large. Mr. Speaker, my second speaker brought further arguments about promoting accountability, fairness, and justice, recognition for courage, and strengthen trust in the public sector. These establish that these actions of the whistleblowers illustrate transparency when they come forward to review corruption. They put themselves on the line and should be honored for their bravery and they assist in building the public sector because of their trust and reliance. An example of this is Dr. Li Wenli in China, who warned about COVID-19 before it became a global pandemic. He faced punishment instead of protection. Financial and legal safeguards would have shown fairness to his courageous act. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the proposition believes that whistleblowers serve as a vital check on public court. They are often the barrier between unethical public arm. By coming forward, they expose corruption, fraud, abuse, and inefficiency within government institutions, all of which damage public trust and taxpayers' money. The government side has proven beyond our plan also provide financial compensation to public sector whistleblowers whose disclosure leads to proven wrongdoing. We rest our state.
All right. Thank you very much. You are confirming that you have indeed finished, Shanika. Awesome. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The judges have a bit to discuss. We're going to excuse ourselves to a breakout room to have said discussion. and return to you shortly with the call.
Oh, them gone. Hello, everybody.
Hi, we were having some connection issues earlier, so we're back now.
Hi, Clarendon College. That's okay. We understand that there are technical issues, but it was nice debating with you guys.
You too. Is it your first time debating?
Yes, it's my first time debating. How about you?
First speaker here, not my first time. The rest of my team is new though.
So, first and second speaker, we don't have experience in debating. This was indeed our first time, but our third speaker, he has experience in debating.
And how did you like the motion when you first got it? What did you think about it?
To disagree. No. Why you unmute?
So it was a great motion. I really liked it, and I do still strongly believe that it made great sense to disagree to the motion. What about you? What did you think about the motion?
I was just strongly agreeing with the motion because for research, I was looking at United States, South Korea, and other countries who did it, and it was effective. So I was thinking, well, maybe it will be effective in Jamaica as well. I wasn't thinking there would really not be a reason for them not to give these whistleblowers compensation when they give people from Crime Stop.
So we're currently hearing you guys so clearly now. What happened during the debate? Because we had a lot of trouble hearing you guys, so we weren't able to comprehend you when you were speaking, and also comprehend you when you were asking your questions.
I honestly don't know what happened. At one point, all of you froze for some reason. We were hearing everybody clearly, though. I don't know what happened, though.
You have to Okay, first speaker here. I have a question pertaining to the moot. Why did you guys did not relate your question on financial compensation and public sectors?
Could you repeat that?
Oh, I was saying, based on the moot, why did not you relate your questions to financial compensation and public sector?
Oh, we thought that you guys were gonna bring like arguments relating to ethical concerns and how laws could be improved and the improvements that could possibly be made with the laws. So most of our questions were related to that before. Otherwise, we just came up with something after listening.
All right, well, I see that the rich discussion was happening while we were gone, and that's nice. However, the judges are back and we have with us the results. So, can we see both teams on camera? And feel free to unmute your mics as well. So, the judges are back. Admittedly, and it pains me to admit, this was one of the more difficult debates because of the fact that there was a significant technical challenge on behalf of Clarendon College in terms of hearing their speech. Now, with that said, when we were weighing the speech, it was a difficult consideration for the judges because how much should one penalize a team because of circumstances outside of their control? And how much and how fair is it because of circumstances outside of the control of one team that another team might have been disadvantaged because it simply couldn't hear what the other team was saying? And so it was truly a difficult decision for the judges to weigh. And I don't think that there is, I think we picked the best answer. I do think there is justification for either answer. But the judges, after a lengthy discussion, believe that we have arrived at the correct answer. And so, what happens in the debate? So, we heard from the first speaker from Clarendon College, an interesting setup to the debate. They gave us an interesting status quo and they provided to us a policy that we thought was a really good policy. The policy explains that the Integrity Commission will be in charge of this entire system and that whistleblowers will get 5 to 20% of the amount of money recovered from whatever proven accusation happens. They receive between 5 and 20%, and that there's also a fixed fee for individuals if they get jail time. We thought that was a really interesting policy. And we thought that's something that ELSAM, you definitely needed to appreciate a little bit more. Because a lot of the questions that came from ELSAM were questions of how is it going to be funded? It's going to be an additional burden on the taxpayer's purse. But implicit in Clarendon College's motion, or policy rather, is solvency for that, which is at 5 to 20% of money being recovered from wherever, from what that would have been lost otherwise to the taxpayers, to the government. And so we thought that was a really interesting setup for that policy. And then we got into the actual meat and potatoes of the debate, which is the likelihood that the whistleblowers are going to come forward. We heard that when whistleblowers come forward, there is a weighing that goes on in their mind. There's going to be, if I come forward, the weighing of the loss of my job, possibly, the stigma that comes from it, possibly, the fact that my life could be ruined, possibly, and a host of other things. And what Clarendon College is saying is that we're going to put another thing on the scale to hopefully tip the balance in the favor of actually doing the whistleblowing, and that is a financial incentive. And we thought that was a really good and interesting way to kind of set up the debate. However, a really important question was raised by Elsom High School. Elsom High School demanded to understand, how is it that we get a civics an ethical and moral responsibility from these individuals who are going to be blowing the whistle, right? They contextualize whistleblowing as something that exists for the benefit of society and something that people should do, not for financial gain, but for a sense of civic pride, ethics, because it is a morally right and socially acceptable thing to do. And we thought that was a really interesting idea coming out from Elsom High School. The judges wanted to understand that in the grand face of the recurring questions from Clarendon College of why does it matter? Why do ethics matter? Why is it matter the principle for which the whistleblower does the thing matter in the grand scheme of us putting a criminal behind bars, in the grand scheme of accomplishing justice? The question that Clarendon College kept on asking is, why does it matter? In other words, the end justifies the means in Clarendon College's world. In Elsam's world, they cannot appreciate the context in which a person would do this. They think that it needs to be civically minded and ethically minded. We think it's a question that needed to have been answered, Elsam. Why does it matter the reasoning and justification behind why this person does the whistleblowing? I think it's a really interesting point, and I think there's a lot of value in it, but we needed to understand, why does it matter, right? Other interesting ideas that came out as well is that it's going to lead to a sense of false claims and exaggerated claims that's going to undermine the credibility and legitimacy of whistleblowers, make it harder to track them, and it's going to undermine the integrity and independence of the entire system, right? We thought that was really interesting. We thought that we wanted to hear a little bit more on that. It was a very curious thing, right? This idea that it's going to undermine the integrity of whistleblowers on a whole. We wanted that a little bit fleshed out. Now, at the end of the day, based on what we could have appreciated in what was admittedly a very difficult debate, right? The judges have come to the conclusion that the team that won this match and will be moving on to round 2 of this competition is a team in Proposition Clarendon College. Congratulations, Clarendon College. Well played, Eltham High School.
Thank you, sir. All the best, Eltham, for your future endeavors.
All right.
Thank you, Clarendon College.
Wonderful. We want to, seriously, I haven't seen very much of Eltham High School in the debated circuit, and I must admit that I was absolutely appreciative of your substance. I think that with some dedicated training and workshops, then we're looking at a really powerful contender in the sphere of debating. And so Eltham High School, Jade will be reaching out to you directly to see how best we can support your society, because there's just undeniable raw talent just at that school, and we want to foster it. But for the context of this competition, we want to say congratulations, Clarendon College. Well played, Eltham High School. And that, ladies and gentlemen, ends today round 1, rather, day 1 in round 1 of the JCSA High Schools Debate Competition 2025. Join us Thursday, October 16 at 9 a.m. where we start day 2, where we see Westwood High School for girls play off against the third place team from last year, Glenmuir High School. On the motion, this house supports a minimum 5-year cooling off period before former senior public officials can work for private entities they once regulated or contracted. But until then, it has been my pleasure. Thank you again to the JCSA for bringing back this competition in fine fashion. See you Thursday at 9 a.m.
Excuse me, sir, what were the scores?
Indeed, actually, the scores ending the competition, Clarendon College ending on 268 points to Eltham High School's 260 points, an 8-point difference. The best debater from this match, also an important piece of information, comes to us from the winning team, Clarendon College, and that was your first speaker, Alia Mackenzie. The judges really appreciated your policy, the setting up of the debate, and that beautifully mechanized argument, as well as the fact that you preempted several of the arguments that did indeed come from your opponents, and that provided solvency for arguments before they even appeared in the debate. So very well done to the first speaker, Alia Mackenzie. Commendations as well to the second speaker from Team Eltham High School. Excellent, excellent speech. Commendations all around to all the debaters. All right. So with that piece of information, we officially close out day 1